Good morning, traders. Anthony Crudele here, and welcome to NinjaTrader Live here on April 8th, the day after the ceasefire announcement. Also, April 8th is my younger brother's birthday. Shout out to my little bro Chuck. He's on a beach somewhere, I'm sure, enjoying life. Quick look at the markets, and we'll introduce the panel, and then, of course, we'll get to the news. Joining me in studio, senior economist Tracy Shuchart. Good morning, Shai.
Good morning, all.
Senior macro strategist Craig Shapiro. Good morning, Craig.
Good morning.
And senior market strategist Jimmy Cagnina. Good morning, Jimmy.
Good morning, Naples. Yet another glorious day on the island. Ready to go.
Otherwise known as the Morning Star. No one remembers the Morning Star. Everyone forgets. I don't forget, Jimmy. The Morning Star pattern yesterday. He's like, well, all right. Well, maybe we'll get more into the Morning Star and how that panned out.
Bullish reverse. It was a bullish reversal, man. It panned out, I would say, pretty good.
Mm-hmm. It did.
Yeah, no one ever. Everybody's asleep here this morning. Good morning, Shad. Hopefully you're all doing well. I know everyone's like, man, huge gap up, Deli. This is brutal. How do we even trade this? What do we do? Well, if you haven't heard yet, President Trump ceasefire with Iran. A lot of news still flying around about that, and we'll see how this pans out throughout the day. So I don't think it's like all clear yet, and I'm sure we'll hear more from the panel on all of this. But a quick look at the markets, and we'll get to the news. S&P up 183 points, up nearly 3% to 6840. NASDAQ up. Let me hold on a minute. Is that right? Yeah. 850 points.
Yeah. Wow.
25,218. Russell up nearly 100, 2659. Dow was up 1,283 to 48,000 and change, bringing us all back to where we were for a huge part of this year and the end of last year. And here we are, right back in the belly of the beast. Something to note, too, I talked to Jimmy about this morning, 68.50 roughly is the anchored VWAP from the beginning of the year. It's right around there. And then I have resistance there. Just something to keep an eye on, as it's a decent high for now. We'll talk more about it, though. Crude oil is down 17.5%. It's down nearly $20 to 93.14. That story is still going to unfold. We'll talk more about that throughout the morning. Heating oil, though, is down also nearly 18% to 368. Natural gas is down 4% to 274. Gold is up 144, 48.28. Platinum's up 150 to 20.97. Bond market, ZB is up 1.12. How do we even say that, Jimmy? A 0.12? I don't know. What do we say? 112. It's not. It's 31 and 12, so it's 43 ticks.
I would say a handle and a half.
A handle, yeah, a handle.
There you go.
There we go. Thanks, Jimmy. And the dollar is down against pretty much everything. So we'll talk more about that. But before all that, try the news.
All right. So we'll just right off, Hexas is holding a briefing at around 8 a.m. this morning, so we might have headlines. But we did have a ceasefire. Markets are loving that. However, overnight, we still have reports of hostilities continuing. UAE said it responded to a missile threat as of early afternoon local time. Kuwait says it's been dealing with intense attacks from Iran throughout the morning. 3 power stations and a water desalination plant were subjected to attacks that resulted in severe damage. Meanwhile, Iran is working to put out a fire at its Levan refinery that following a strike at 10 a.m. local time. They are blaming the U.S. and Israel for that. Pakistan is going to host peace negotiation in Islamabad on Friday, adding that Iran has confirmed its attendance. Meanwhile, J.D. Vance was speaking in Budapest this morning. He said the U.S. has achieved its military objectives in Iran and that Tehran has agreed to reopen the Strait of Hormuz. However, he did describe the truce as, quote unquote, fragile. If we look now at this ceasefire agreement, it is fraught with sticking points. We have control of the Hormuz is with Iran, which is obviously the most important energy transit in the world, they said they would allow 10 to 15 vessels per day to go through the strait. They will have to pay a toll. I just want to mention there are over 800 vessels sitting outside of that. So if anybody thinks this oil situation is going to get figured out quickly, it is not. The U.S. also said that it would lift sanctions on Iran as well as part of that agreement. We'll see what happens with that. And Iran will still be able to fund the state proxies group in Lebanon and Yemen. So we'll get more clarity on that exact agreement after the meeting on Friday. And again, obviously, we've seen dramatic reversals in the markets as investors are happy to see some sort of off-ramp. That said, if we look at the oil market, this is a bit premature, in my opinion. We did have XOM this morning, who is the first to report conditions, said 6% of their global production is down, and they expect prolonged times for repairs and restarts. We had IATA, which is the airline industry, also out today saying replenishing jet fuel supplies would take months, even if the Hormuz is opened today. So all of these things we've kind of been talking about for weeks now. This is not going to be an easy mess to clean up right away. So just be aware of that situation. Even though we've seen crude oil come off, it's still, like I said, higher for longer, in my opinion. Then we had Delta reporting this morning. That's kind of important because we want to see kind of what's been happening with the airlines. They expect to incur more than $2 billion in higher fuel costs through June because of the Iran war. That said, globally, airline shares surged today, obviously, because of some sort of relief going on. But just interesting to note, the airlines are expecting much higher bills for fuel costs, and through June, likely that's going to continue. Moving on, the Clarity Act, which we haven't talked about in a very long time, that is the crypto legislation in the U.S. We did have, the White House economist said in a report that was out earlier this morning, saying that prohibiting rewards would only hurt traditional lending marginally. Remember, they're having a fight over whether or not stable coins, they can charge, or they can give you yield, they can give you interest on that. They're afraid that would take away from traditional banking. So there was a report out this morning from the White House economist that said that would not put a dent into traditional banking. That does contradict a report by the Independent Community of Bankers of America, which said small banks are at risk of losing deposits because of this. So we'll see what happens with that. This is a new report. Perhaps this can push that legislation along. We'll see. We had MBA mortgage application out this morning. Also, that index fell 0.8%. Not surprising since we've seen higher mortgage rates. And then to data, all we have is Fed minutes today. Now, they are kind of worth watching, I think, because it could flesh out how policymakers kind of view war risks to the economy. So we'll see if that gives us any clue on what the central bank is thinking.
Yep. No, I mean, I think the market at this point now is going to be definitely getting a little bit more focus on earnings, the Fed. I mean, obviously barring any other major headlines, but we are getting into earnings season as well. So a couple of things before I get to you real quick, Craig. I think we found Merritt's burner. Let's be honest, guys. Merritt said yesterday it's a great time to buy IES. He goes, it played out. He should be more on the streams more. It's definitely Merritt's burner. There's no doubt about it. Just calling that out right now as I see it. So if it takes. But a couple of things, Craig. I mean, crude oil it's still pretty high. It's at $93. I mean, we act like that's nothing, right? I mean, it's still relatively high. S&P has had a big move off the lows. We've talked about this. I said this week I said I still think the S&P is bullish. I kept saying they're shrugging it off. They're comfortably, with crude oil sitting comfortably at 110. To me that was a big tell that the equity markets couldn't go lower with crude oil above it. And now here we are. We kind of get this relief bounce, right? And it's kind of like takes a lot out of the the air out of the room per se. Right now, all of a sudden, it's like, okay, now here we are, and the question is, we can't look back. It's like, what do we do now?
Yeah, it's like, where are we?
Yeah, where are we? Yeah,
I mean, we talked about this, or I've referenced this kind of three-phase dynamic. First phase down with the elevated geopolitical concern. Phase two, counter-trend rally on relief of that and a ceasefire and whatever that may mean. And then phase three is, okay, what's the economic reality that exists going forward after we've shut the strait, after we've had these supply chain issues? What does the energy price environment look like? And then what are we dealing with respect to the AI story, the labor displacement, the private credit issues? What is that economic reality? And so, look, I think yesterday's event was fairly binary in a lot of ways, right? We didn't know if we were going to create this ceasefire. This isn't political commentary. I don't think most people believe that the president was going to give in to many of these demands. And so I think the reaction here is a big relief that we did not go through with, blowing them to smithereens and eliminating civilization. But the reality of Iran still controlling the strait is something to me that suggests that we are not going back to a world that existed on February 27th or 28th, the day before the war. We are going into a world now where Iran providing or receiving revenue to control the strait puts a throttle on the global economy. They get to still decide kind of the pace of things. So that reality we're going to have to deal with here for the second half of the year. But you're right. And you see Exxon this morning talking about production issues. You're going to start to hear from airlines talking about earnings issues, right? You're going to start to hear about petrochemical and various other companies that can't get imports or inputs for their production. And so that's the reality that we're going to start dealing with here in earnings season. And with respect to the Fed, Tracy mentioned the minutes today, you'll hear a little bit about kind of how they were thinking about war. But think about where we are now with respect to prices. 2-year yields were below 3.4% before the war. They're still up at 3.75%. 30-year yields are much higher. 10-year yields are higher. Crude's materially higher. S&P is closer to where it was on February 27th. But the rest of the asset classes really suggest more of the reality of the world that we're living in, which is higher inflation, likely slower growth, the Fed that's probably going to be slow to react. And so we'll have to start to see as the data comes in, CPI later this week, and then earnings, over the course of the next few weeks, what actually happened here. I think the phase three of this is going to be more concerning for asset markets after we, get out of this relief bounce. This relief bounce can keep going, right? Volatility is still pretty elevated, needs to come out. We're into the window here where hedges will be bought back. A little bit of positive gamma probably starting to develop, but doesn't mean we can't kind of keep moving higher here as hedges are closed into expiry next week. But after that, what is the reality? I think that's what we're going to start to learn over the course of the next few weeks.
I mean, that's the question, right? How much has been done to the economy? How much has been done to what's going to happen with the energy markets? Like, we don't know how this gets resolved. What has this done with earnings? And that's what that's what markets really should always be focusing on, right? And we've obviously have to be focused on what's happening with Iran and everything from headlines to all of that. That's what's been driving the news cycle, right? And so the question is now, if this does start to temper, and here's the other thing, is we don't know that this is really even over. Like, this is a
Correct.
Pause here. Let's be honest, right? We don't know. This is not like, hey, I'm buying every dip now and everything's back in. There's a lot. I mean, there's going to be a lot to work through. I think when we get to you, Jimmy, when we look at technicals, we've been talking about this, the Morningstar pattern. We're going to bring it up again, of course. Yesterday, it was funny. Like, I was long treasuries yesterday. I bought some treasuries. I sold them before the overnight. I haven't been holding stuff overnight. I've been looking to buy dips in S&P and NASDAQ because it's just been a market that's, again, I go back to, it's looked like it's had somewhat of a bottom. Now, obviously, you have this big move up now, and it's like, what do you do here? And you think about all the new participants that haven't been in positions. What do they do now? So I think a lot of the volatility is going to get sucked out. Jimmy, what did you see overnight in the tape that maybe comes off as, okay, look, we got to an area now in some of these markets where maybe there's new opportunities?
Yeah, I mean, going back to your comment about the NASDAQ, I mean, up 868,000 on almost 200,000 contracts. That's the classic one. I'm not even talking about the micros, which have done, 714,000 contracts. There's no shadow at the top of this daily candle. There's just buying going on right now. This market launched off of the ADMA. It shot above the 21. It shot above the 50. It shot above the 150-day simple moving average just with the snap of the finger overnight. And this is an incredibly large run. This is a market just waiting for any excuse to try to get up to those October highs. We do have kind of a preliminary target as well right here. Based on the February 25th high, swing high at 25,495. That's my next target. I wouldn't be surprised if we saw it today, even with all of this this huge rally that we've already had. So this is the surprise market of the day, just because it's such a big move up comparing. I mean, look how big the candle is. I mean, it's the second biggest candle, maybe the first biggest candle on the whole chart. So this market loved that, and we'll see. Market news could take it away, but right now it is super, super bullish. The other thing that's really important, and I'll talk about this a little bit more in the Edge report, is bonds hit. We have a call resistance level at 115, right? We're trading at 114 and 29/32, so about 3 ticks below that call resistance level at 115. It's going to be hard it's not going to be hard, but that's my line in the sand. Our bond's going to continue to rally above that. We need a couple of closes here on a 30-minute candle or a 15-minute candle to get above that 115 to give me some confidence that it's going to continue to go up. Right now it's hitting the ceiling, which might kind of slow the roll of everything else.
Yeah, and I mean, obviously everyone's going to be looking at crude oil today as well. A couple things that I notice from the charts overnight. Again, 48.50 or 68.50, I should say, in the S&P, roughly the anchored VWAP for the year from the beginning first day of the year, and that's pretty much overnight high. I expect that to be resistance. Also on my chart, 68.50 was a big resistance level. Again, we'll see what that looks like. I think that's going to be. I think you're going to see sellers fight there in crude oil.
Yeah, by the way, Deli, on the
go ahead.
I'm sorry, on the ES note, I just wanted to point out we're above the March open. The March open was 68.20 in the ES. I mean, we're firmly above it.
Yep. And then you look at crude oil and you look at where the anchored VWAP is for the beginning of the year. It's in the 80s. So I wouldn't be surprised to see us pull back. And those are good areas to look at, because you look at what the year has built, and the VWAP from the year to date is always important to me because it sets the tone for really the trend for the year. If you go back and look at last year, once we started staying above it, we were just steadily in an uptrend. And when you look at this year, energy has been the only one that's really been above it. Equities have been below it, and now you have a pullback into where, again, the volume weighted average prices. It's what I think is really interesting about this move, Craig, is that it pulls us back in to really a lot of the middle of everything. Like, we're no longer on the edges.
Yeah. Look, I think it'll be interesting to see how prices react and what they look like versus where they were on February 28th. I also think that investors are going to be happy to see the correlations fall, right? I mean, we've had this high correlated cross asset moves, for the last 6 weeks, right? Every day there's been a bad headline. It's been stocks down, bonds down, vol up, crude up, gold down, dollar bid. And then when the good headlines, it's the opposite. Obviously, you're seeing that again today on the good news. But as we transition, people will start to say, okay, I could dig in here and understand what's the bond market going to do? What's the economy going to do? I could buy the front end. I should sell the back end because the supply, whatever it is. How do tech earnings look? I could buy NASDAQ over Russell, or I don't like tech earnings. So I think we'll start to get dispersion back across asset classes again. That's what'll bring back investors, both long and short here too. So I think that's an encouraging, sign. But the reality is the economy going into the war was already, in my view, on a bit of a fragile setting, right? We were struggling to break out on indices. The AI CapEx story was being questioned. It was being increasingly debt financed, less from internally generated cash flow. The share buybacks were going away. People were already starting to rotate out of it and into small caps, into the cyclicals. But now with the economy likely, facing further slowdown because of the supply chain issues, harder to sink your teeth in and say, okay, now I want to buy cyclicals here. Do I want to buy energy here? Well, energy's had a huge run. People are very long energy now, so maybe that needs a further pullback. So you start to check off where is the capital going to flow into? What sectors are going to lead into the end of the year? I think it's a big question that investors are going to wrestle with and struggle with here. Earnings will be a big tell. We'll start to get that really starting next week.
I think it's such an important point. Is like beginning of the year, we've been on top of the energy story the whole time. I think energy, regardless of what would happen with Iran, energy was the leader, right, in the S&P. It's been like that from the beginning of the year. We talked about this forever ago. Doesn't matter, right? Here we are now, right? Metals were the story at the end of last year. Now, again, that's one thing we haven't really talked about this morning. I mean, gold has gotten a huge relief bounce from this. And it's funny because I've been busy looking at everything else. I mean, you look at gold, again, I go back to it. I mean, it's pulled everything kind of right back in the middle. And so now you're going to have this big rebalancing act. And I my thought is for everybody out there, when you look at where we are right now from the big perspective, we go from being on the edges in a lot of these markets where we had volatility and we now pulled back into the middle. I think the tape is going to be pretty rough in here, in my opinion. I think you're going to have a lot of back and forth. I mean, Shai, talk about gold. I mean, obviously gold has made a higher high from the weekly basis. We talked about it potentially making a low. Metals across the board are getting a lift. Why do you think metals get such a big lift from this news as well?
Well, I think this is a relief. We also have, I think, if you notice, NASDAQ is outperforming the rest of the index market, which is not surprising because they've been underperforming most of this year, right? And so if you're looking to place money, where are you going to go? To stocks that are beat up. So that's been the tech sector. So you see that. Now, if money's pouring into the tech sector, that also helps silver prices because of all the silver that you need for these data centers and chips and et cetera. We also know that we've been talking about the fundamental story has not changed for silver or gold or copper. For that matter, right? They were just getting beaten up because they were outperforming. And when the rest of the market is going down, where are you going to take profits? Whatever your best performer has been, right? Yeah. And so we saw a lot of money drain out of those funds, particularly like GLD and SILV. So it's not surprising that when we see energy prices, which is also a big input into mining, that if you're seeing a pullback in those energy prices, that's good news for miners and good news for the metal.
Craig, any news just come out?
I'm looking for it. I see the market, kind of took a dip here. It doesn't, Hegseth's been talking, General Kane's been talking. It seems like they're nothing too substantial there. But look, I think maybe like J.D. Vance said this morning, this is a fragile ceasefire, right? So I think we're going to continue to get headlines. Market may, be spooked by missile goes here or someone says something there. So, but no, it doesn't look like there's anything specific that I can see. But, markets are, we're up a lot, right? And so, maybe it's just, and I suspect the liquidity is not ideal either.
No, I was watching it last night. It's not ideal. I mean, you could put a Walmart between the bid and offer in the crude oil market right now. I mean, again, trade micros, everybody. Be small, be smart. Yeah. Again, I go back to, I can't stress this enough. Is there news?
Yeah, so we're saying here Saudi Arabia's east-west pipeline carrying crude from the Gulf to the Red Sea has been attacked. That's a story from the FT. So, look, I mean,
which is not surprising. It's happened before.
Yeah, and who knows, right? I mean, that's if we're gonna continue to fly back and forth with headlines, that means we're not firmly in this phase 2 counter trend move. We move back into some of that phase 1 type trading, but we'll see. I mean, kind of, got to stay mindful of the headlines here. But you can tell, though, from what the president wants to move on, right? That is important. He's looking for a ceasefire. He's tired of the war. He wants to get back to focusing on the domestic economy, get asset prices up, and kind of, transition to things that can get him and the Republicans, winning in the midterms. And so he's ready to move on, but we'll see if they're, Israel's not necessarily happy. The GCC's not necessarily happy. Maybe Iran's happy with this deal. But a lot of headlines still to come.
Yeah, and again, I'm going to say this all morning. I can't stress this enough. When you've got a huge move like this, you're going to get headlines that had just come out. They're going to be very sensitive to this tape. And we are now back into really the middle of all these ranges. And so when you pull it back and you look at it, in the middle of ranges is not going to be the easiest. There's not going to be clear trends. I mean, we could break I mean, just think about this. We could break 500 points in the NASDAQ and still be up 300 plus points and still have a good positive daily candle that could still be bullish. So there's a lot could happen.
Yeah, I was going to say headline risk is still there. So don't think just because we declared a ceasefire, that's it, because there are still going to be plenty of headlines out.
Yeah, small, smart. You're a short-term day trader, which most of you are. Focus on your setups. Don't try and chase price action. Don't try and chase headlines. It's a losing game. But what is a winning game? Another good transition. I know that Cooper probably caught that one. Is this morning's Edge Report, where it's about that time. Take it away, Jimmy.
And Adeli's last point, micros are your friends, folks. There's a lot of meat on the bone there, so just think of that. Let's take a big picture look at crude oil right now. This is a monthly chart, and they have all sorts of lines on it, but let's kind of think about what happened this is the way I think about it anyway. We have these big shadows here the last couple of months on these candles, and that's kind of, I view that as escalation uncertainty or conclusion uncertainty, right? Price, fear brought us all the way up almost to $120. So that's that area right there. Damage done area. Look at where we started. We started down here, sub $70, right? This is the February candle, and then boom, we had this big rally, and this is the damage that's already been done, right? This is where the market is pricing things. If we stopped right now, in my opinion. So let's kind of move over to let's drill in. We'll drill closer and closer and closer as we go. Now, we had this old area of resistance, and it was almost a triple top. Look at that yellow line. 1, 2. This is a weekly chart. 3 times we touched it, couldn't get through it. That was really nice resistance, 78.33, give or take a couple of ticks. Well, we launched way above that now. I extended that line over. This is going to be long-term support if we should ever get back down here. The other thing to note is this is a serious bearish engulfing candle. I know that everything is, relying on news right now, but this is a pretty significant bearish engulfing. It engulfed 1, 2, 3, 4 weeks of body of candles. So that's a big move down right now. A little bit of shadow on the top and a little bit of shadow on the bottom. Commitment traders will be really interesting on Friday. Let's go to a daily chart. So we have this volume profile. I added this anchored volume profile from the 9th. This is when things got really ugly here. This is on March 9th. We had that big red candle here, and it's still, that point of control is still pretty close to that 94.77. It's a little bit higher right now. That was the close of that day, remember. And it's pretty close. The point of control is about $95 right now, and that's exactly where we're sitting at. So this, again, now that kind of we got this ceasefire, this is kind of where price happiness is sitting right now. And you can see the moving averages are starting to kind of slope down a little bit, but not really. They're really going sideways here. So right now, it's like, all right, this is kind of my line in the sand from a bigger picture point of view. Intraday, we have all sorts of potential ups and downs. We had this big sell-off here, a little bit of a gap. Previous session's highs up here at 109.19. S1 is below that. That one-day min by MenthorQ is right next to that S2, and that's, again, 2 areas of interest in a row. That's kind of interesting. That's close to $104. I'm not saying we're going to get there today, but we get a breakout to the upside above this session VWAP. This session VWAP here, we've been trading below it all night long. Really decent, okay point of control. Not a great point of control, but at least it's the value area is relatively small related to the tail on the top of the volume profile, and that's around 96.24. Look, I have that May 9th close right there, 94.77. We're right there. So we haven't really pushed down below the session lows. The session lows, the Asian lows right now is 91.05. Below that, we do get a breakout to the downside. We do have this put support level at $90. This will be a big deal if we get down there. We'll see if that attracts price, which it's kind of supposed to, but this is not the 0 DTE one. This is the bigger put support level. So we'll see how that goes. Again, all my targets are on the upside here right now. I kind of agree with Tracy that and Craig that maybe we could get some upside movement here as well. But right now, ever since the big move, then the big move happened immediately. This is just, an hour and a half, boom, we were done. Maybe 2 hours, and then sideways. It's been totally sideways, so a little bit of anticipation of what news is going to come out today. Real quickly, I just wanted to shoot over with the couple seconds we have left to the Bitcoin. This is an interesting case of elasticity of demand. This market. It's like you're going to get buyers. It's kind of an opposite. We're going to get buyers above this 7,300 level, above the 7,400 level. That's when buyers are going to come in, not when they're lower. So right now we're literally, had a nice kind of move up again, risk on across the board, really, in most of the markets. And R3 kind of defined the top of the conversation. Asian high is in 73,000, and we have that call resistance level up here around 73,750 to consider. One day max on the bottom, should we break VWAP, is also on my radar screen, 71,185. That is this morning's Edge Report. Back to you, Deli and Shai.
Thanks, Jimmy. Shai, preview of our guest.
We have Aya Burweila. She is an analyst and commentator. She has a show called Welcome to the Jungle on, Greece, if I mispronounce this, Zugla TV. So it's a Greek TV
it's a
show.
Good effort.
So
it's a good effort.
But she's great. We're going to talk to her about what's going on, and she also knows a lot about the energy market. So.
Oh, perfect timing. Let's take a look at who else will be on NinjaTrader Live this morning following Aya. We have Tape Talk with Pharm. He's back. Hopefully he makes it today.
Right.
He didn't make it the other day. He was busy. Trade the Open with Leo and Kane. They're going to get a busy day, those guys. Midday markets, we've got XY, Stowe, and Nick for a tick, and then there will be the five of them together for overlapping an hour. That's always fun on Wednesdays. Trade the close with Selma, Tanya, and Jack. And then retail therapy, Jared Tendler and Selma. It's going to be really good. Jam-packed day. Also check out the link that you could see here in the chat about the giveaway of Jared's book. I will talk about that more, too, after this conversation with Aya. Let's bring Aya in. Good
Hi,
morning.
everyone.
How are you?
I'm good. I'm great. I'm happy to be here. Thank you, Tracy, for inviting me.
Yeah, Tracy gets the best guests, for sure. So we're really excited to have you here today. So you're coming in, obviously, on a very interesting day. And I guess we just have to start off with, what's your initial thoughts on what you're seeing in the market this morning?
Well, my initial thoughts with this war in Iran is how ill-prepared the EU is for crises of this nature. I think this war is a second reckoning after the Russia war on how the EU has allowed ideology to influence its energy security policies.
And so when you look at the price action, especially crude oil, and we see that it's come down, and we see that equities have gone up, do you think that this is maybe overreaction to what we're seeing today? Because maybe it sounds as though you think still there's obviously lingering problems that aren't going to get solved overnight. I mean, globally, this is a global issue, right? Or do you think this is a knee-jerk reaction and we go back to where we were, possibly?
Absolutely. EU officials are warning still of an energy shock. We shouldn't forget that refineries and plants in the Gulf have been attacked. It's going to take a long time to get them back online. We don't know what's going to happen in 2 weeks, but definitely energy costs have gone high, extremely high in Europe, and they've been going high for quite a while. And people in Europe are wondering, in the past 20 years, whether net zero has actually enhanced our quality of living, or it has put us at a disadvantage vis-a-vis countries like the United States and China.
Yeah, I think everybody is really quick this morning to be like, hey, we've seen this big pullback in oil. Oil's still at 93.30. I mean, let's face it. If we said that oil was going to be at 93.30, would anybody think that that's a positive? But yet, again, look at how time changes everything. And so I guess when we look at this, what's your expectations from here? The energy market, it sounds as though, from your perspective, is probably still going to have this underlying bid on it.
I think it's still going to be volatile. We still don't know what's going to happen in the next 2 weeks if this ceasefire will hold. It could increase. I think people are happy today because it's relative. We all know that it could be worse. So I think we need to wait and see. And I'm hoping that the second shock, the second scare about this energy scare for Europe will facilitate changes in the EU's energy policies. Italy is already postponing the shutting down of coal plants. So is Germany. They're trying to look for alternatives. And I think it's important to realize now that fossil fuels are very important to our way of life. It is important to invest in renewable energy, but to do it in a logical and phased manner. And I think this crisis is going to definitely get people to think twice.
Yeah, absolutely. And so when we look at kind of all of the production that is offline, we have most of Qatar down. I mean, what are your thoughts on how long it may or may not take to get even just production back to where it was initially?
Qatar is saying it's going to take years for them to fix their plants, to go back where they were. And Kuwait is being attacked, Bahrain is being attacked. Here's the thing, even when people are promoting to turn on nuclear plants again or coal plants again, they don't realize that this switch cannot be turned on immediately. It doesn't happen overnight once you shut down these facilities down. So I think it's going to take a long time. And, the EU has to prepare for that. Italy has earlier this year said that the ETS, the European Trading Emission System, has to be suspended until it's reformed. So there are movements by Europe to shore up their energy security. Greece's facility is advancing in becoming a hub for gas for Europe. And I think we're not out of the woods, definitely.
So have you, since you brought up nuclear, let's talk about that for a little bit. Have you seen kind of a shift in Europe more towards more pro-nuclear policies? I know not Germany, but elsewhere?
Well, what we have right now is different talk than what we'd have, say, even 2 years ago. The chancellor in Germany, Merz, is saying that it was a strategic mistake. I don't think it's going to go back on. I think EU takes a lot of cues from the United States. The United States has relaxed its regulations a bit. We don't see any policies being put on the table yet, but I think slowly it's going to get there. As you know, in the EU, there's a lot of policy and there's a lot of talk before any action takes place.
Absolutely. But good to see that nuclear is back in the conversation again. I think it's, that gives me a little bit of hope for Europe. Plus, in general, it's, although it takes longer to build those facilities, obviously, it's a clean source of power and it's not intermittent. So it's, it's a good way to go, and hopefully we can all get more into our power mix. But looking forward, what are some of the clues that you're looking for in this situation where we can actually really breathe kind of a sign of relief? Because I think it's, things are still a bit up in the air.
I think we'd have to wait 2 weeks or even less, Tracy. I think Europe, we have Italy telling people to conserve their jet fuels. We don't know how this war is going to go. It was supposed to be over much sooner. It might be extended. We don't know if the ceasefire is going to hold. I think at the end of the day, this should be, at least for the EU. The United States is fine. I mean, it's been investing in its own energy self-sufficiency. China is fine. But for a bloc like the EU, this could be a very serious problem. And it's not going to just bounce back overnight. So I think it's too early to say. My outlook is not so positive, that's for sure. And the only positive thing is that there might be changes in our policies here in the EU.
How do you think that affects the currency markets? I mean, that's something that's obviously very important. We haven't talked much about them this morning, Shai, but I mean, hearing from you, Aya, and what you're seeing, again, overseas, any thoughts on how this impacts currencies going forward?
Well, inflation is real. We haven't seen a huge negative impact yet, but amongst the people, they're feeling the pain. And, there's calls for governments to subsidize their energy costs and to combat inflation. Each country is trying to promote its own policy. Like I said earlier, Italy has suspended its participation in the European Emissions Trading System, which has been around since 2005. So each country right now is doing trying to combat inflation ad hoc.
Yeah, I mean, we talk about inflation coming back, but yet today you look across the board, rates are down, and so again, rates are down with a little bit of a dip in crude oil. I guess I will shift to is the play then really? It sounds like U.S. You're seeing U.S. stocks get a bid today. Is really I think the thought process that U.S. stocks become more of a place again to be because of our energy policies and because of those things. Is that that's
Yes.
what it's showing us this morning, right? And so that's what you think. Yeah.
Yes, definitely.
So it's back to possibly risk on, Shy. Who knows?
Risk on. I know. We'll see where the flows goes.
Yeah, and the last thing we'll talk about, Aya, before we let you go today, gold also got a lift today, and again, it's the gold is the global currency. We talk about that. Dollar down today. Everything else is up. Euro's up nearly. What is it? Euro's up. It's up over 1.25%. I mean, what are your thoughts on the reaction with gold? Do you think gold's still in play?
I think gold will always be in play. I think this dip was temporary, and I think soon enough, gold will just keep on increasing.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
All right. Well, Aya, we're going to end it there. Thank you so much for your time today. We really appreciate you joining us.
Thank you for having me.
So Shy. I mean, when we pull back today and we look at everything again, you get a different perspective from people in different parts of the world, right?
Yeah.
And you hear what's going on. I mean, obviously the EU has got their issues. Everybody's got their issues. I've got my issues. We all know that.
But it's actually, I mean, it is good news for the U.S. in the fact that we have, again, a lot of LNG. And, we do have long-term contracts already with the EU. And so we can supply them with more LNG, particularly now that it's going to take Qatar a while because the EU is also a major customer of Qatar. And that is offline. And so at least we've got the U.S. as another source for them.
Yeah. One thing that you and I haven't talked about much on here, and then we're going to wrap after this and get to Pharm and get to the charts today. Obviously, a busy day. The LNG, the exporting from the U.S. and what this dictates into Europe, I think is going to be a very interesting story that unfolds from here.
Yeah, I think it's going to be absolutely huge. Again, we are building out capacity in the Gulf to export as much as we can. In the U.S., we have a lot of natural gas that we can turn into LNG. And so, I mean, just look at the, gas prices here. We've been in the $2-3 range during this whole time when we've seen, Europe in the $40 to $55 range for gas. And that's because we have a lot here. And that is good news for the United States. I think that's, there are a lot of investing opportunities in that sector, a lot of companies to look at, a lot of structure build out, particularly midstream pipelines, et cetera. So I think it's a great opportunity for the United States.
Yeah. What comes from this down the road is going to be, again, this changed how
everything
energy policies are going to be, how energy is going to be delivered through different areas. A lot to come from this.
Absolutely.
Big changes, I see. Shai, thank you. All right, we'll see you in chat. All right, let's bring in Pharm. We haven't seen him in a while. I haven't seen him. How you doing, man?
Good morning. What the hell did you do to this thing last night, buddy?
Let's go back to where we were. What happened? Did you hit the snooze button the other day on me? You stiffed me?
No. We had a little calendar snafu. I had one of my Mondays canceled and it pulled them all off the calendar. So I figured maybe too many days of the Cavs per week was chewing up YouTube bandwidth and they had you guys pull me off for Mondays or something. So I just kind of let it go. It's no big deal.
We had to increase our bandwidth. We've had to go to an extra line of fiber coming in. You got to see the size of this cable that comes in just for this segment. It's pretty impressive.
I believe it.
Yeah. Well, all right. Let's take a look at the charts. Let's start with me. Here's a couple things I want to talk about today. we're back to the middle farm on a lot of things. I use my beacon indicator to look for mean reversion. I talked about gold above 45.11 at the beginning of the week. I think we can get to 48.94. We did it. I wish I was long it. I'm not, but nonetheless, here we are, and it's back in this boxed in area that I have looking at. And when I look at this, so what this yellow is, the yellow is the middle of the Bollinger Band. So from the Bollinger Band peaks. And why I look at this a lot and why it's yellow in my neutral is the fact that we're now in the middle of the volatility, right? Because when volatility is expanding, Bollinger Bands, our energy standard deviation tool is expanding outward, right? When we have a mean reversion move, volatility starts to contract when we come back in, when we're not expanding out in ranges. And once you get to that middle, it gets very tough. And I've always found that once we get back around the yellows, this is really going to be an interesting moment for gold, and I'm going to show it for S&P and Nasdaq as well. Because if we stay below here, we go back into what I could just consider like this bottom quadrant. We're in the bottom part of volatility. So this is telling us today, if we can stay below 48.94 on continued daily and closes, then the trend is intact to the downside. So we've pulled back to, I think, a significant area in gold, and I will be watching it very closely. I think that it's not going to be super easy for the bulls just to all of a sudden, take out this overnight high in gold. I think gold is going to struggle here. When I look at S&P, and so I talked about this earlier in the week, I said as long as we hold 65.27 in my morning note, I said I think we're going to trade 66.91. We did that and more, and then my next level of resistance came in at 68.56, which we basically went up and tagged above yellow, then the red triggers, and then red is basically 30% between the top Bollinger Band and here. So if I just take this out and I look at this is the top 30% of the Bollinger Band, and the blue is the bottom 30%. And so why do I look at this? Because now we're caught around the yellow. So when we held 65.27, an equal rotation, Pax would like that, back above yellow comes in at 68.56. So ultimately, what does this tell me? It tells me now that if we push above 68.56 on a daily basis, we have now moved back into bull territory. And I think we go back to all-time highs. So again, like gold, gold's in the middle neutral area. It's got a lot of work to do. S&P has got a great high too. If we start closing above here, boy, I got to tell you, I think we're going back up to 7,100. Now, again, I'm much bigger picture. If we fail here, then we come back down to the middle of 66.91. And so those were the two things that stood out to me the most for everything. And I'm going to go to oil and then let you talk about it. I don't have much in NASDAQ here. Oil, the middle, the comeback to the middle is all the way down to $80. So again, if I look at perspective, I look at what's reacted. Equities, in my opinion, have had an amazing reaction to the upside, a very bullish reaction. Gold has reverted back to the middle. In oil, still strong. I mean, we're not out of the woods in oil. And so when I look at oil, there's room to pull back down to $80-ish. And before we even get back into what that middle zone would be for me. So again, when I look and I pull things out, I want to hopefully give you guys some perspective on that. The way I look at things in a much bigger picture, I mean, we're no longer on the edges in anything Pharm is what it comes down to. So now we're in deciding moments, right? So we get to you and we look at your charts and we look inside the tape. I think the market's going to be battling now, and I think you're going to have a lot more of a two-way type action. Because I think the markets are going to be deciding whether or not some of these trends are intact or were these reversals or what they really mean.
Yeah, I mean, I think going big picture is pretty important here today, and that's where I'm going to start as well. Because with a move like this, what else can you do but look at the big picture? I feel like this is the high time frame chart that I've shown a few times on this show. This is a volume profile running from 2025 start through now. And you can see, where do we come? You said the middle. I mean, this is definition of the middle. We just returned back to this composite high volume node, volume point of control. Here we are, dead in the middle. And so, the big spot for me is going to be, we don't know what's going to happen at the open, right? I mean, if you did long the lows, you're probably taking profit here. I took profit pre-market there, right? Makes sense. If you're buying below value, just sell some at value. Or do we still see a continued positioning unwind and retain the supportive bid? Because like across markets, there's just massive positioning unwinding occurring, and so maybe that provides a supportive bid. But you have to think that if you long the lows, you're probably taking some profit. Certainly, any call buyers are selling those at the open. And then at some point, if there's a pullback or when there's a pullback, you're going to have to see initiative buyers willing to step in and buy this rip, right? So for me, it's going to be all about kind of this 68.03 to 68.13. I've got a spot in the 68.18 to 66.20s. Basically, you want to stay within this range here. I think for bulls, call it 6,800 to make it easy, to 69.30 at least. And I completely agree. If that really sustains, and I'm not talking about a few pre-market candles, or even a few 30-minute candles during RTH. But if we're firm above these 6,800s, then it is most likely that we're making a new high, at least coming up to the 69.30s. We'll see if everything is over. If this deal works out, this kind of a move risks unwinding very, very quickly, right? For me, it was all about this multi-day balance that we formed. And it's kind of annoying and frustrating that this move all happened the way that it did, right? Because the responsible technical trade would have been you get an upside break of that multi-day balance, you kind of back test it, put in a higher low, and then go, and that's the trade. And now it's okay, well, do I chase this now? Do I wait for a pullback? How do I get into this? So it's very frustrating. It has been for a solid year. So that's ES on the big picture. I'll flip to NQ. I have even fewer levels on NQ on my yearly chart. But both ES and NQ held either the 2025 VWAP or the February 2025 high anchored VWAP, and have come into year-to-date VWAP, all-time high VWAP, et cetera, et cetera. NQ has actually ripped already past that composite volume point of control. So it could make it back up to this 369 to 469 spot potentially, which has been stiff. We'll see if it holds again. It's very well tested. So that's kind of the big picture on NQ and ES, but you can see that it was really this battle for, this other yearly level, 24,069 to 24,369. And then you just kind of, it was sitting right there. So it's hard to, it's kind of hard to me to just be long and try to front run the balance break anyways. I had long exposure from the lows, but I didn't have a trade on here. So drilling, I'm going to go to crude real quick on my 30-minute chart. And you may recall from weeks ago, actually, a couple of weeks ago, back this week, I guess, I said this 91.69, 93.07, sustaining above there would likely trigger weakness in equities. And, certainly it did, right? And now we're threatening to break that to the downside. I think, crude is going to have to base back above, at least 98.80, get back into these session single prints from the overnight. But 97.40 bare minimum, 97.96, and it can come back up, in theory to 105s. But definitely would be mindful of these single prints. If it loses this spot, though, let's just call it, the overnight lower, I guess it was last night, then, we could see 86.69 pretty quickly, I think. So that's definitely going to be a tell. And, you feel like if crude is continuing to sell, it probably continues some of this positioning unwinding that is occurring. And maybe, again, we retain a supportive bid into equities. So it's kind of the big picture and a little bit on crude. Drilling into some tighter levels on the 30. Again, you can see this beautiful range of consolidation. I put a weekly VWAP on there just to show that we're, third standard deviation. So, it's pretty stretched from that perspective. But these kind of moves can do that, right? But beautiful consolidation. You can see how dirty was this? This was the long, the back test right here. This was the long was, for me, was 66.54. If we broke and then back tested and held, then it's a long. It was disgustingly technical, but it's impossible to get in. I was driving for this, so there was definitely no chance. But it was very, very pretty, very nice back test and go. Again, just like crude, you've got these session single prints sitting just below this weekly 67.83 to 87 spot. So, I mean, I think if you're offering that, then there's some risk that we could fade a little bit further. The big kind of yearly level that I had on the other chart sort of captured 68.03 half, 68.08 half, and 18 to 22 are the kind of the spots I'm using as a proxy for that. And then, just above there, again, like we're sitting in this high volume node. So price could be a little bit sticky around there, could be a little bit choppy at open. That's a yes. So, I mean, to me, it's not in any, I think you mentioned this before we came on that, like, I mean, the NASDAQ could, I think you said, break 500 handles and like still be pretty bullish. I mean, it's absolutely correct. I mean, this is a true gap up. We've talked about that a number of times, just means opening well above prior day's high in this case. So there's plenty of pullback that could happen on an inventory correction if sellers come in and they take a bunch of profit at the open for this to pull back and still be reasonably constructive. I'm going to be watching basically, again, call it 6,800 on ES all week to see if that can sustain. And I think if it doesn't, then like maybe it opens some big picture risk. But ultimately, you would still need to see some kind of a multi-day balance break to the downside in order for this to really roll over, unless it just kind of gives it all back like today or something like that, right? So NQ is interesting. So I'm going to kind of scroll left. I've got this up on ESM, but we had multiple weeks in a row where this kind of 25,210 to 25,218 was sold. Just a lot of relative equal highs in that spot. We've taken those stops. So like maybe we could sell off from here. Again, it's really just going to depend on the mood that participants are in. If they're still unwinding positions in a way that is supportive to equities, or if there's a lot of profit taking it open. It's hard for me to imagine an initiative buyer waking up and being like, you know what, this seems like a great time to buy, up 69,420 handles today on the NASDAQ. Like it's hard to imagine that, but positioning unwind is positioning unwind. And like if vol just has to get sold off and, currency markets are, still acting a little bit wild, secondary to crude, all that kind of stuff, rates, it is what it is, right? You just got to be careful trying to step in front of this. The 369 to 388, 25 369, 25 388, and 25 440 to 25 469. I'd be very, very cautious if we see something like that. But that's what I would look for. I mean, these stops have been taken. It was a big spot. Same kind of deal. If you get back into these session single prints, call it below 25,000, like maybe you get a little bit of weakness. But you're right. It's got a long way that it could fall and still be reasonably constructive. So when trading a true gap up, I look at, I've covered this a lot, I feel like with Maggie, but not with you. I like to look at the range of the first 5 minutes, not the 5-minute opening range, because that does not exist, as Pax will tell you. But I use it differently. It's not like short below, long above kind of thing. I'm watching to see, do we trade only one side of that first 5-minute candle, or do we trade both sides? Both sides, my initial lean might be, okay, this looks like maybe it's going to be a balanced day, two-way trading. And I'll look and see where the 30 and the IB form from there and just look to pick off reversion trades potentially. Again, an initial lean that can change obviously very quickly. And then if we cannot bid above the open and trade above the range of the first 5 minutes, then it looks like probably an inventory correction, just meaning a pullback is in order. And like from here, where do you pull back to? Normally you would say you're looking for a back test of the prior day's high. That seems a little bit optimistic here in this situation, way down at 66.60 basically. But some kind of an inventory correction through the overnight profile. I mean, maybe it even comes down to these singles here down and sniff 67.80s or something like that. But that's what I'm looking at if all the action is below the range of the first 5 minutes. And then if all the action is above the high of the first 5 minutes, I mean, if this is really a true gap up and go, then this market should be considered extremely strong. And you're not going to want to be looking to fade this. A lot of these positioning unwinds can take a while to rinse through. So you've got to, I know there's a lot of people that want to step in front of this, and it could absolutely rug pull, especially like with one kind of headline. This is very brittle move. It's very thin. But it doesn't mean just like dive in front of it, and stand in front of a train if this thing just opens and goes to the upside. So certainly cautious chasing any kind of rips, but using the range of that first 5 minutes, like you don't have to be the first in on a trade. It's okay to wait. I mean, even like a year or two ago, I would have been fishing around for a lower high short here, loading puts, doing all that kind of stuff. And so I was pretty glad that for once I just was flat from like a trading perspective and had some long exposure on for the longer term accounts up here. So I think it's okay to be patient. It's okay to get information. It's like a poker game. If you're the best poker player at the table, it's usually better to wait to put all your money in until the turn or the river, when you have an informational advantage or at least an analytical advantage based on that information, as opposed to just kind of jamming it in pre-flop and hoping for the best if you feel like you're the best player at the table. So I treat trading the same way, which is sometimes you just wait for a little bit more information before you decide to put your chips in play. And that's probably what I'll be doing today.
Yeah, I mean, a couple things. First, I mean, I love our chat the best, man. They go, is everything 69? MEA asked. Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
I mean, it's math. It's not hard to figure out. This is just mathematical stuff, Pharm. I mean,
not so much on ES. It's not as much of a meme index, but NQ, like just put every 69 on your chart and look at it and call me a liar. I dare you. Almost every single one is like, wow, okay, wow, that's a very key low volume node on this profile, or this is a major support and resistance. Crude is a little bit of a meme as well. Not so much ES, but it still does it.
Yeah, it's good to know. I mean, you got to know which ones heavily favor the 69 versus the other ones. This is important stuff here. And somebody's like, they got to get me a coffee. Yeah, I need a double espresso. I've only had one this morning. I'm lacking it. But Pharm, we got to go. But I think the most important thought when we come into a day like today is, again, I started off with a bigger picture perspective. It's like we're right back in the middle of a lot of these ranges. Don't get caught trading in the middle of the ranges today. Let these ranges form a little bit. Again, as Merritt likes to take credit for a lot of sayings. This one I will give him credit for. He goes, "My edge is in the edges," and he's so right. If you're a trader trading too much in the middle of these ranges today and you're not staying on the edges, you got to watch it, just because we are, from the big picture perspective, now back to the middle. And so expect a lot of two-way tape. Watch the levels you discussed, and look forward to having you back on the Sunday show this weekend. We didn't have it last week because of Easter, but I can't wait to watch you this weekend.
Look forward to it. We'll see you, Deli.
All right, Pharm. Okay, a couple things, because we're going to get right into the segment today with Kane and Leo. A lot to talk about, but first, we've got Jared Tendler on the close today. So on the close today, Jared Tendler is going to be speaking with Selma. And we're going to be giving away 3 copies of Jared's books. Winners will be drawn during the retail therapy session from 4 to 5 p.m. Eastern. The link is in the chat, but you have to be present to win. So don't just sign up right now and then don't go and see it. And it's going to be Jared and Selma. Who doesn't want to see that? So make sure you sign up for a chance to win one of Jared's books, and of course, go in and watch my girl Selma talking with Jared. I'm super excited about that today, so I can't wait for that. That is going to be later this afternoon. Quick recap again this morning. We've talked a lot about everything that's happening. You heard everything from the technicals with Pharm. You heard Shai and Jimmy and Craig all talking about kind of just the overall macro landscape of this. And everybody, all I can tell you is take a breath. Get comfortable in your chair, relax. You don't have to come in and do something right away. If you missed a move, so what? If you caught a move, great. Come in, get ready for today. You got to approach it as if it's every other day. Keep moving forward. Stay into your process. Don't chase volatility. Don't try and chase these moves. Stay true to who you are. It's very important. It's so easy to have FOMO when you see moves like this and say, I knew I should have done this, or I knew I should have done that. Settle in for the day. But before we get into settling in for the day, it's time to trade the open with Kane and Leo. Boys,
Good morning. Good morning.
how are you?
So,
How you guys doing?
you?
Good. You were, I'm curious, Kane, you were up earlier than all of us because you're several hours ahead of us. Were you watching this overnight action? Pretty wild.
No. I wasn't. Mate, as soon as I got a text from Alex, my co-founder, he was like, NQ's going to be up 3% by the time you wake up. I woke up, opened my chart, saw NQ was up 3.4%, closed it straight away. Nothing here for me.
I mean, what are you gonna exactly? What else can you do? I know.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, it's crazy actually.
yeah. So but let's get right into our weekly segment, talking about the prop world, which is brought to us by NinjaTrader Prop and Trade Prop, where we dig into the technical side of things with Leo, and we dig into pretty much everything else with Kane. Leo, let's kick it off with you this week. What's shaking and baking in the prop world?
Well, from a technical standpoint, it's been a little bit quiet. I think we're waiting for some upcoming releases from NinjaTrader Trade, but just kind of reiterating on the last couple of weeks to remind everybody and encourage everybody that, you know, now that you have this kind of single sign-on, right? Your Trade credentials work anywhere NinjaTrader mobile, desktop, and even web application, as well as vice versa, right? So you can log in to Trade Web, NinjaTrader Web, and the predominant mobile platform you want to be using is NinjaTrader Mobile, and I'm still waiting for that dark mode, but
it's coming.
You know, we'll see. It's coming. So I think we're kind of in that holding pattern where we know there's a lot of nice things coming out, and it'll just be a matter of time before we can talk about them and share some of the details, even with the lockout feature. You know, some improvements coming to that too.
Yeah, dark mode. You know, I can't wait for that. Kane knows how I feel about.
I mean, if you're trading
traders.
from your bed, you know, it's just like that light, that bright white light. You know, it just wakes you up.
It's just, I mean, really. I know. I try to keep calm. A white chart just blinds me out. I can't even read it. It's terrible.
It's funny.
I know. So Max Headroom Kane. I don't know if you've noticed the movements this morning on his camera's a little shaky. Leo, he's.
I've
to be looking
adjusted
at that all.
Oh, my camera. Yeah, I mean,
Do you think it's actually Kane? This could be like Claude Kane, and it's just like glitching
no,
out.
it's really me. It's really me. I think the problem with my camera is your zoom is too good, and it pulls my high definition camera. Me and production were just talking about it. I think if I change it from 4K to probably 1080p, it probably goes away. But yeah, it's a bit choppy. I don't know, because I don't have this problem anywhere else, and I'm on the stream a lot, so I just don't get it. I don't know.
Well, I mean, look at. We got to see Kane in 4K, right, Leo? We can't see him in 1080. It's not.
Yeah,
it's not the same.
4K is the only way to go.
It's 4K.
Can't do anything right.
I mean,
Gee.
4K Kane. Jesus, he's.
You need to see
all
my
right,
pores.
Kane.
You know,
That's right. Yeah, all the skin creams he's probably buying out there in London. You know, he's got a nice skin routine. Yeah,
Come
I
on.
get it. Well, hey,
yeah, you get
no
it. You get
judging.
it. I know you get it. I know you get it.
You know, I get it. You know, I get it. What's shaking and baking in prop world for you, Kane?
Pretty interesting week actually. I think a lot of people saw the headline that Top Step acquired the futures desk. That news broke last Wednesday as me and Leo were jumping off stream. But yeah, that's actually been a deal that's been signed up for a while. For those of you who don't know, Futures Desk was like a very niche platform where you could basically customize your own evaluation. I thought it was good. It had a place in the industry. Top Step obviously loved it. And they purchased them. I think the headline from Josh, their previous CEO, is that those guys are basically folding into Top Step. They're not, disappearing. And I think that Josh himself is a net positive on the industry. He's got some good views and some good things. So hopefully he can continue that there. Traderify dropped their 3.0 platform, the long-awaited update. I think we kind of went through some of that last week. But ultimately switching from recurring evals to one-time fees. They changed some levers, I guess, on certain plans, increasing some profit targets, decreasing some. But overall, I think the change has gone down pretty well. And then our good friends at Lucid dropped Lucid cases. It's not necessarily a trading thing, but it's more about just their brand and stuff like that. But yeah, ultimately their loot boxes. I think upon launch they probably got some negative feedback from the overall space in terms of there was a lot of 40% discounts in there. However, I think for those that are a bit switched on, we realized that not everyone can have, you know, a 350k direct account, because that's just not good business, right? So, but there were over 200,000 cases dropped. There was about 3,000 accounts given away, and overall, I think that's a good thing. Traders will stick around there, you know, for the gamification and stuff. And I've been told that there are some future plans for merch, increase other accounts, etc. So yeah, I think it's you know, it's a good thing. It's not necessarily specifically to trading, but it's an update. And then just EA have just announced a bigger sale, 40% off. They don't necessarily do a lot of sales. However, their big sale is around their largest payout holder. So it's more of a campaign. So you'll see a lot of that stuff on Twitter and social medias in the coming weeks. And then just the last thing, and I guess this is probably just more from me, is like we're seeing a lot of talk around different styles of prop firms in terms of like competitions or how these prop firms are going to be structured. I think the space is well defined and people are trying to get creative, but I think at the crux of it, if a trader makes money and they end up in a situation where they can't withdraw that money, that's not a good thing on the space. So, you know, the competitions are like there's a cutoff, and if you've made $5,000 and the top place is 20 and the cutoff is at 8, you can't withdraw the $5,000. So I think like there's going to be a lot more of that coming in the coming weeks, months, years. I would personally steer clear of it. I've just seen this all happen a bunch of times, and typically the first to market doesn't normally work out, and then people get a bunch of information about how it works and then they do it better. So I wish them luck. I would steer clear of it. I wouldn't be putting my money there, and I've got some money to burn, so I would definitely advise people that are a little bit more cost sensitive to not try it. Let the dust settle. Don't fall for the hype. You see a lot of influencers or people with large followings talking about it in some way, claiming they're not promoting it, doing all these things. It's one way of promoting it, even if you're talking about it. So I would personally just steer clear of it, stick to the norm. You know, there are prop firms that exist today. There is plenty, and there are some also great choices. Why put your money somewhere else for a risk? Don't do it. And that's me from this week, really.
Yep. No, always good to hear from you, keeping it real. And everybody, there's a link in chat. Scroll down there, and it says to learn more about what's going on with Trade of 8 prop. And you'll see the link. It says Kane the Lab on there. Go and check that out. And obviously stay in touch with what Kane's doing. He's always really keeping it real for the prop space. Guys, I'm about to close out for the day. Again, last thing, everybody, make sure you go and sign up to win one of Jared's books. Selma's going to be on later today with Jared. And you don't want to miss that. That's after the close today. Because I know it's going to be a busy day, and we call it retail therapy. And it's fun because Jared, I think he's one of the best, if not the best, in the business, helping traders from a psychology standpoint. And I think everybody could use a retail therapy session, especially after what we're seeing every day here in these markets. So go and check that out. Hit like and subscribe. We're at 202,000 subscribers here on NinjaTrader. It's awesome, man. Best chat in the biz. Love tuning in with you guys each and every day. Show some love for my boys here for today. I hand it over to you guys. Trade well today, guys. I'll see you.
Thanks, brother.
Thanks, Telly.
How we doing?
I'm a little sick.
Yeah.
I did buy this little dip earlier this morning, so
I saw that.
Got to run around here. Try to pull this in a little bit closer too. Nothing really, there's no big brain thesis behind this trade. It's just we had a massive run up, and we got a nice little dip to, had some buyers come in and hit the tape, so I jumped in there, looking for new highs. So that's where my runner, I'd be targeting a break of 260s. Got a nice distance here, so I'm willing to hold this. into the open as long as it stays kind of above. I would say like these 190s. I'll hold it. We get into these 190s and we open, then I'll just flatten it because I'd rather be flat with, if I only have a few, say 10 or 20 points between my entry and the open. It's just, the volatility of the open itself more likely to take me out. So that's kind of where my mind's at. I don't love, trading 100, 800 point gap ups. It's just like, it's not appealing to me.
Neither, yeah.
I think a lot of times we kind of either get, a little bit of a liquidation at the open, that scares everybody out and then kind of gets a lot of people short, that then V-shapes. Sometimes that happens, and then other times we get nothing. We just get like a chop fest where they just get balance out the entire day, which is great if you love trading balance, and I do. But it's just like there's headline risk, there's this, there's that. I'm gonna keep it small. I don't feel great, so I have that going, and then there's we're trying to finalize this. Situation on this house we're trying to buy, and that's stressful. So my emotions aren't high, but I think my stress levels are high, and I don't feel great. So
Your cortisol maxing.
I am for sure cortisol maxing.
That's funny. That's funny. Yeah, I I like your long. I just absolutely do not like this this gap up. It's not for me. I naturally will just consistently look for shorts up here, back down, and 1 in 50 times it works and I'm a hero, and the rest of the time I just get cut up. So naturally I'm not even logged in to my broker today. Literally I have zero appetite to trade it. I know that these types of days I lose money more often than not. So yeah, and I can actually make a really strong case for why we pushed higher, like outside of the news. Like I like the low. I like the V shape. If this just continued pushing all the way to the high and left everyone sidelined, I wouldn't be like, oh my God, I can't figure out why they did that. I can figure out why they did it, and I'm not a hater of it, but I'm just sat here like I can't long this high, and I definitely don't want to short it because that's just gonna cut me up. So I'm kind of sat here cheering you on today, entertaining the chat, because I do not want to be pressing the button in any capacity around this area.
Yeah. So it's a good day to trade prop potentially. Do you ever, days like this, do you kind of lean in more into some of the prop trading stuff versus your cash account? Like, how do you?
Oh yeah, I definitely
how do you mix
do.
in trading prop versus your cash account?
Yeah, like if I look at the market and I'm like, okay, we could, let's literally take today. I'm looking at the market. I'm thinking I would really like to see a pullback. Do I want to be throwing 3-4 minis of my own money, probably less than that, even on a cash account for like a day to day, like 1-2 minis of my own money at this? No. Okay, would I go and spend a couple of $100 on the eval, or maybe 2 or 3, and give it a few tries, keep me, out of the boredom stage by being able to click a button? Maybe. Do I have? I don't have a good reason why this should pull back here. The only thing that could make it pull back is some sort of like failed headline lower, which, to be honest, at that point, it's another headline, and I'm kind of just bored of the headlines. Either like yesterday I was long gold around the open, and we got like a really aggressive move higher, and I was like, oh yeah, sweet, maybe this is the spot. When break even, immediately back straight through, and I was like, and this is why, like, I don't have a good, like, I other than this overnight move that left everyone in the dust, and apparently some people caught it, sure. The reality is that you're forced to buy a high here, or you're forced to battle with shorts. I'm not forced to do anything. I'm not forced to do anything here. I don't want to do anything. The previous 2 weeks, the market has had zero follow through in any direction. It's been super range bound, which normally I like, but like we have like micro ranges within ranges. And for me, I'm just like, we're bouncing off all of these little ranges that it's so exhausting, which I can preserve my energy and my capital and come back to the market in 3 months or a month or even 20 days time. And the market's completely different and I'll make more money. So, when I sit and look at last year, I went to battle with the market for several months and came out, a little bit green, a little bit red sometimes. And then there were months where it just clicks and I make my like 60% of my yearly P&L.
Yeah.
On the year at the time, right? So I'm trying to preserve my capital mentally and financially right now. And an 800-point gap up is pretty bullish. I'm not bullish at this high, so I'm not going to touch it. That's like, but in terms of prop, it's definitely a way that I can control my risk and do something for like a dopamine hit whilst I'm looking at the charts, when I'm streaming and stuff. Because transparently, if I wasn't here, I would probably not look at the charts. Like I said to Deli this morning, I open the chart, close it straight away. It's nothing there for me. I don't want to even entertain it. When I come on the streams to talk about the markets, I naturally can form a bias and think, oh, this looks good. This looks good, and I can find myself in a trade that 12 hours ago I didn't like. So yeah. I just want to let the dust settle. And if I do want to get involved, it definitely will be on prop. It won't be on my cash account. And that's purely to manage risk. Yeah.
Yeah. Makes sense.
Yeah. What's your plan for the day? Buy the high, sell it higher?
I mean, cautiously buying dips, like little pullbacks, like looking, just kind of like using pullbacks as a way to get long.
Yeah.
I'm not going to just buy new highs, but I'll buy pullbacks as long as trend, holds, which I'll be cautious about because like even on the 4 hour, we have taken out like a decent amount of highs. I could see, this has been resistance. Like
yeah.
5 times now.
I wholeheartedly agree with you. Yeah.
Why not be resistant? But again, it's like I don't want to be the person trying to short it either. So I'm aware of this resistance and that this trend could, this move could fail. But kind of looking for those pullbacks, looking for buyers in those pullbacks or stuck sellers in those pullbacks to get positioned long. And that's pretty much it.
Yeah, it's going to be a very, very weird day, I feel. I would hate it. Well, I would hate it even more for probably a lot of people is if the market was to just free fall out of here and like back down, because actually we then get stuck in a lot of the move that happened, and I don't think that we go through the range very quickly.
Yeah.
So I think long term I would like it to stay up here, cool off a little bit and give us some more relevant price action to trade off.
Yeah, well, there's also FOMC minutes that get released later today. Not that that is super important, but the market pretends like it is sometimes.
Yeah.
A minute, the notes.
I just want to take a minute. Minis LMI just said, I just want to say I'm proud. I've passed my first prop eval last week, and I've learned a lot from here. Yay! Shout out to you, friend.
Hell yeah, Minis.
Proud of you. It's not easy. The hard work begins now, but it's still an accomplishment. So congrats, W for you.
That's amazing. Great work.
Yeah.
What a journey you are about to start.
Yeah. The hard work definitely starts now, right? But you've definitely got halfway up the hill. Just keep the hard, all the things that got you there. Just need to keep doing so you can get to a payout and start making some money from prop. Which is a lot of people's goal with prop eventually.
Kane, I don't know if you noticed this, but a firm announced last night that their live traders were removed from trading minis and they were limited to micros. But they didn't do the same limitations for their sim funded or sim traders. Do you have any opinions there? And if you don't want to answer it, you can say it.
No, I can answer it. I think it makes sense because look, I think I can make it for and against it, right? Ultimately, if you're a prop firm and you have sim traders and you have live traders, you have traders, and the sim traders should be treated the same. And if you're trying to protect your sim traders for whatever reason, from volatility, your live traders, then you should protect your sim traders as well. The reality is and I will happily say it, is they're obviously expecting people to trade with the same size during large volatile periods where they make more money. That isn't rocket science to say that, and I know some people don't like it when I point out the obvious, but that's obviously why they do it. So I'm not like fully against it from a business perspective, from a trading perspective, and for the people that are trying to pass those. You should naturally see that and think, okay, I should probably downsize, but you should also see that and think, I should probably look for another prop, one that has my back. If you're in there, you're in there. But I don't know. Also, yeah, someone rightly pointed out, as much as I am for minimizing people's risk, I think that as a live trader, your job is to be a risk manager, right? So if you choose to trade minis and it fits your plan that got you there, then you should be able to trade minis. If you want to risk a mini on a trade and save the 2x in commissions from trading 10 micros, you should do that. But it's also counterintuitive when the prop firm owns the brokerage and they make money on the commissions. So I get it's like the layers of the onion you peel back, you can really understand it's quite a shit move, to be honest.
Yeah.
Yeah, because those that don't know, trading one mini and 10 micros, the difference in what that costs you to do is quite a lot, from a commissions perspective, and especially when you extrapolate that out over a year, you'll pay a lot more in commissions to do that. So be smart, because eventually those commissions really add up, and at the end of the year you're like, wow, I should probably try and keep these lower.
Be smart.
Be smart. Yeah, keep jabbing.
Somebody said, I watched this channel late yesterday and now seems like featured traders trade off gut. Not for me, but it's interesting. I don't think any of us trade off gut or what you call vibes, but we share I think all of us share in detail the way we trade, and our strategy is quite documented. Gut is not the way I would approach it or explain it. I think the issue is that in a 1 hour stream or a 2 hour stream, you're going to be hard pressed to find anybody to regurgitate how they trade and exactly the mechanics of their trading every stream over and over for a year straight. That's the reality of it. Sometimes we just don't want to go into every little nuance and detail of why we're taking a particular setup or trade.
But there's a comment in the chat, right, that says that's discretion. I agree with you, like, wholeheartedly, and I think that actually not even just discretion, it's more intuition, right? Like I could sit down with someone and tell them exactly what I do, but there are going to be sometimes I just don't want to do that because of discretion and intuition. Like those things definitely add up. And if I was a robot and I was pressing the button the same way every single day and saying, when this happens I do XYZ, I would put that into an algorithm and try and take out my emotions out of it completely.
I would turn into a miserable quant, make it a algorithm, and then LARP on Twitter about how much discretionary traders can't make money.
Yeah, I'd raise like $100 million and chuck it at it. Thanks, Heats.
That does seem to be the play, Leo. Yep. I'm game for it. Thank you, Merritt. Good morning, Kane. All in the chat. Good morning. This one open is going to be interesting. So we're going to open right where I said I wasn't really going to be keen on holding this runner. What should I do, Kane? Should I flatten this?
I personally think it's going to flush the low and go again. Yeah, I would flatten it. 20 points.
Okay. Right.
And also, from watching you trade a lot, and from things that I do, when I'm in a trade and I'm at the open and it runs through my trade idea, I probably am married to the direction of the previous trade.
Yeah.
Where if I'm like flat and I'm like, okay, I took 20 points, 30 points, whatever, I'm probably looking at it from more of an agnostic lens where I'm like, okay, this looks pretty bearish now. Am I trying to sell something here on a reoffer?
Yeah.
Where normally we would, using your trade, we would mind.
Oh my God, we rallied 100 points in 2 seconds. Look at that.
Yeah. Sorry, bro.
What a loser trade.
It's more like 50, but yeah.
Kidding.
But at the end of the day, that's the name of the game.
Yeah. And back down. So they couldn't even take out the overnight high?
Yeah. Did they on ES? No.
Whoa.
I don't know about you, but I have all the chart. I have like gold, ES, and NQ open. They all look the same. It's horrible. Huge gap up through previous day high, creating this balance, and now they're just stuck here. They took out that previous 15-minute, previous 30. 9:30 took out 9:30 took out 9 o'clock high.
I'll give it a time to open. The DOM is not available yet. We'll be soon.
Cool, they're going for it now. Jeez. See, now you're glad you covered.
Well, Kane, I mean, hindsight 2020, I would have taken profit at 250.
Oh, I know. To be fair, I'm sorry. I know you would have. Yeah, you would have called that 50 points. Of course, I know you.
Yes, sir. No, I would have held for that high, that overnight high.
Yeah, it's good you can admit that, though. I know you're being sarcastic, but a lot of people would be like, "Yeah, I would have got straight out of that high." I fucking hate that. I actually hate that stuff.
It's kind of annoying.
Yeah, it looks like a pretty good OR, like 30-second OR though.
Jim Cramer just said, "Load the truck long."
Damn, fuck me. It's over.
Got
Pile
bad
up the
news,
cash,
guys.
boys. You want to know something really funny? They opened up gold. Like, they opened up here on 9:30 and they literally just dumped through the open and gold, and now they're trading lower again. So everything is trading lower, which suggests that dollar is just taking a nice leg up. Yep. It is.
I'm going to start calling you Macro Kane.
Well, when everything looks the same, it's typically dollar, right? Sorry. Oh. I can read every forming candle 100% accurately. Test me, I can prove it. How do we formulate that test so it's fair?
I think Daddy's stocks could just come on NT Live and trade 100 lots at a time.
100? It's pretty small for him, I would imagine.
Well, just trying to be genuine, like, like low key, something easy. He has his own limits beyond market limits. It's dope. Who's Danny? Are you saying daddy?
Damn. Thinking long?
I'm not thinking anything right now, man. I want
Yeah.
to wait for this 5-minute OR to print.
Him and Rakesh need a fund. They are the fund. Come on.
They are the fund. Yeah, I'm surprised they stopped that just shy of that overnight high. Oh, for some reason, my 5-minute OR is not printing. Here's yesterday's. Although that was all the way down here. Jeez. Look at that candle. That move last night was insane.
Oh, that's gross, bro. Actually, didn't even look into how quick it happened. Oh, it wasn't like instant. It just, oh, actually, it kind of was. It opened. Oh, it wasn't even at the open. It was at 6:30.
Oh, there we go. Okay. Wait
It
till.
it
Okay, so see how we have like this bell-shaped curve right here on the profile between here, right here, 180 and this low. If you wanted to like say, okay, we have a downtrend at the open, kind of a bearish open, which we do, and you could use that the top of that bell curve to look for a short.
yeah.
I didn't jump into it. I haven't jumped into it yet, but this is just volume profile trading 101. Is what volume tells you is where participants are willing to interact, right? Like where's their interest in price.
Yeah.
So price is advertiser, obviously volume is kind of confirmation. So we're wanting to trade down here, right? So when we touch the upper edges of this profile, which is right here at 77, it's the top of this distribution, you can lean on that for a short. Just like, and your take profit would be literally right here in the middle, and then you would hold runners for new lows. Unfortunately, I didn't get to take it as we were talking through it, but just kind of like a little observation that I'd want to point out for those that are saying that we trade on vibes. This is a very kind of just a very standardized trade using the volume profile information to get into a position. How do you feel about market conditions the past months? Jim mentioned yesterday the veteran traders going through past Iraq and Iran, COVID, others. I mean, the thing is that you have to be prepared and have a strategy for when the market conditions change in any any market condition, right? Slow, fast, volatile, non-volatile, anything in between. As a trader, you have to develop your plan for how you're going to adapt to those change in market conditions. And there's many ways you can adapt. You can lower your size, you can reduce your risk, you can be more selective. Maybe sometimes you don't even trade. You might be like, you might recognize that when it's just this volatile, this hyperactivity, is just not for you. So you didn't even want to participate. You don't want to put risk on. Maybe those slower market conditions you're comfortable with. Maybe some people, on the other hand, I know other traders that they only come out and trade when it gets really volatile, and they sit out the slow times because they can't manage, sitting in a trade for 6 hours intraday. So it just depends on your specific strategy, your style, what markets you trade and various things. So you have to look at your own risk strategy and trading strategy and determine how are you going to adapt, A, to when the markets change, and then B, how do you know when the market is changing? Because it's not always a sudden and violent, okay, one day it's this, the next day it's boom. There are usually signs that you want to be aware of to give you those clues that something is going to change. For example, my good friend AJ, we've traded together for many, many years. He recognized in April, he had the worst P&L every April. So what he did is he put a calendar event in April that reminded him of his prior April and his prior Aprils that we're just like, hey, you do terrible in the month of April, so slow down, take a break. All of those things, like whatever you can do to create that awareness for yourself is really the most important thing. It's not the market going 100 points in a candle, like all of those things are going to happen. And so his April foolishness, yeah, for sure. So like how you adapt to a change is important, but how you recognize that there is a change is also important. TLDR. Bit of a nuke here since that pullback to those 180s. Do we lose Kane? Did his camera totally break?
No, is it frozen completely?
Nah, I'm just kidding. I'm just messing with you.
Maybe. I don't know. You didn't lose me. I'm still here. The V range and a 24-hour VWAP right there. It's right there, Leo.
Yeah, I'm still looking to right now. If you gone ahead, I would be looking for shorts. It's a bearish open. We've offered 80. We've offered here. So like every kind of point where this OR low got sold, this pullback here got sold. So like every little reference point for me is getting sold. And so that's kind of my clue to go, okay, earlier I said, hey, I was going to buy a dip. And now we're getting dips and they're not being bought. The rallies are being sold currently.
Yeah,
so I'm kind of switching, context because the market has given me that information now. It's a very aggressive sell. So it's like, it's hard to, for me just to jump into it. But we'll see if we can get something. You have gotten 0 correct candles Oh, he was talking about somebody else. Leo, are you guys still doing painting the tape? No, painting the tape is officially killed. It's canceled. We got
Dead.
canceled. Can you believe we got canceled?
I don't believe that.
We actually genuinely tried to get it going back. Season 3, come on. I mean, we failed to complete season 2. What we found is like we were just too busy in our life for us all to get together. And hang on just a second. We were all too busy. So we decided that best best to kill it and do more do things like this, appear here more. You can see like XY doing more videos. Nick did his put out his course for free, obviously. Working on this DOM, like all those things we're doing in lieu of, doing like podcast chats or whatever. Paint the live stream. That's right. I mean, you got more of XY, Nick, and Leo and Stowe, and even Kane than you could ask for. Are they going to stay up on the site? I mean, I don't have any plans to take them down. It's only like $100 a year, for the hosting.
Damn. Bro's just giving away $100 every year to the chat.
Yeah, just somebody, send me like a coffee thing or something. I don't know.
Buy me, subscribe to my Substack. Kane is a posh lad. Negative. Negative. This looks... They're going to punch it. They're going to punch it right here.
Big push to the upside. I would still be looking at a short. I think I'm going to jump in one.
Where's the 5-minute mid? Let me look.
Oh, it's way up here.
Oh.
Yeah, that little delta flip right as I got in, so that's encouraging.
CL's just melting.
It is. That's not good for me.
Yeah. I mean, this is the whole move right now. It's just CL.
That's fine. It's worth a shot. I think there's still, decent risk for. Oh, damn!
They literally
Really?
just
They really did that.
they get you out and then just took it.
All right.
Fuck! What was that?
I mean, you guys saw it live. I love to talk to you about how you manage your risk with different drawdowns and prop firms. That's bonkers. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, this is what puts me off of the market. To be honest, that's that shit right there. You know, did the tape just get thin, or did someone sell a lot?
Yeah, somebody sold a couple hundred a market.
They get back above him, and it's kind of game set match. And they're trying. I think 25,200 is like a really good spot for a short
I'm gonna jump back in.
if it gets there. Yeah, it looks like a nice reoffer. No, but I can also make the argument there was a reoffer off the low, and they just soaked it right up. It's tough spot, especially 800 points in the
This I
sky.
hate this high. Like I hate my stop being at this high just because it's so vulnerable to like another stop run. But we'll leave it. There we go.
I mean, it's paying.
I'm gonna take off half here. They're just reloading. Like the bid is just refreshing here where they could be. You could have some support, like some very short term support, and just rally right back through into this high. So just want to just lock in some profit. If we get violent here to the down, like it can get pretty violent. I'm not saying it will, but if it does, there'll be plenty of opportunities to add to this.
Go on,
There we go.
get moving. They just need to get through that low, don't they?
Mm-hmm.
Punch the low, punch the 24-hour VWAP. Just get bearish. Oh, they're going for it.
I'll cover one here. This is where I would be willing to buy it. So if I'm short, I want to cover into it, and then if we break, I'll add. And we got to build some volume too. Like we're not seeing that volume being built out yet on the profile, so I'll be watching for that as we hold here and build a bunch of volume. Then I'll use that separation as my out, but we don't have that yet.
The VWAP bounces in.
The VWAP bouncers. Looks like Iran far cites security source on ceasefire violations. Okay, so there's some headline here with somebody says it already violated the ceasefire.
Oh, is that what it means? I couldn't really understand.
I guess so.
World's longest ceasefire?
Shortest.
No, I can't frame anything here, Menk. I could frame a bounce off this low, but like, I personally would want to short like, I'd want to short like 200s. I couldn't try and short the hole, like the local hole. I would naturally just be like long off of this and then short off of a bit higher for a much better entry. That's kind of my plan. But honestly, I don't plan on touching it a whole bunch. ES just took out that low, that very local low. If they rally it here, it could be quite nice, but it looks fucking bad.
Yeah. I mean, ceasefire violations after an 800 point just insane gap up does tend to lead to some weakness, I imagine. Market's going to go, hold up. Wait a minute.
Something ain't right. Or if they leave that now on NQ, that's going to be gross. Yes, just caught bid out of nowhere by the looks of it. And then straight back down. It's so jumpy. That's what actually keeps me out of the market in these types of things.
Mm-hmm.
I hate when my trade is playing and then all of a sudden I'm actually underwater again. It's like, wait a minute, we were just 20 points up. It was working in my favor, and instantly it was not. Leo knows the way, don't push a button.
So now, and these are the micros, but I assume, the NQ is going to look similar. Volume is starting to be kind of assembled down here, right? So we are transacting with volume at these lows. And really that could mean, there could be absorption right in here. But because of the open, we had just like that violent rally that got immediately sold. Every rally has been sold. Until that changes, I'm going to stay bearish for now. I'm not going to overthink that. Sometimes it's the best thing you can do as a trader is to keep your ridges on the brain there smooth and small.
Yeah, left or right curve. It's times like this that they win,
Mm-hmm.
Sounds silly, but times like this, you're better shorting the hole than long in a high. And my brain just doesn't work like that. I wish it did
Yeah.
some days. I really do. Long MES 6809. 6809. So right here. Hey, Jacob, that's not necessarily a bad thing, though. Like logging out of your main account and trading prop. We spoke about that earlier.
Yeah,
It's like
I think
being
that's
away.
that's a great way to use prop.
Yeah, especially if you're trading a live account and you're making good money on it. You can, instead of taking a swing at a $600 loss trade or something, you can spend, I don't know, $70-$80 on a 50K, trade some micros, and that'll keep you busy all day. And you'll figure out if you would have came out green or red. There's nothing left down to the imagination there.
I don't love that splashdown and then immediate rebid.
I don't love it at this time. If they do it at 10, I would actually really love it, to be honest.
Oh, it's coming. 10 is
It's 2
10's
minutes.
right around.
It's right there.
You know what else happens at 10?
The boys are here.
Boom.
The boys are here.
The boys.
The real
And
news drop.
XY.
The
What's up, brothers?
oh, just monitoring the situation, I guess.
That's so good.
Nick doesn't have his charts up. He has the website.
I mean, it's probably what I should do after last night. I for once I actually sat on my computer a little bit last night and was actually trying to find the March structure so I could actually be prepared today. But then I just got annoyed because it just kept ripping and ripping and ripping, and I wanted to trade it.
You should do a market prep, but also with the
I think
website
that's what we
incorporated.
should.
But you got to incorporate the website.
We should
put
do
screenshots
that.
of the straight up and like, this is why I think
think
this.
The boys and I are just going to start going live on YouTube to monitor the situation when things like this happen. Like, I'm just going to get Kane from like bed on FaceTime or something, like chimed in, adding
Emergency
commentary.
podcast.
Like, we'll just be Kane will be live in the UK at 2:30 in the morning, giving us updates on the situation.
Yeah. I'm keen, Nick. I'm keen for it.
I know you're very, very excited to do that free of charge and just purely to lose sleep.
Look, if I can use the website, monitor the situation, I'm keen. I love that website.
Now, I bet you, I have a feeling they wouldn't care. It's free
What
publicity.
about a new website called Traders Monitoring the Situation?
I mean, we could probably clone it and vibe code it in an afternoon. I don't know if I could pay for all the data
Give Nick
sources
15
that it
minutes.
probably has, but
Now we can just use theirs. It's public, right?
yeah, why not?
We just make it like a blue, and it's ours.
But anyway, good morning, chat.
Good morning.
Good morning, chat.
ES is pushing, and NQ is not. Oh,
It's hanging.
but NQ's going up. ES is actually going up.
NQ wants to kill VWAP
Yeah, just wants to murder it.
once it's dead.
You guys in a trade?
No,
I
I just got out of shorts.
I wanted to long the lows, and yes, they're at like 608. But I also don't. I don't know. This is like one of those days where it's like we're up 3%. I hate the idea of fading this.
Mm-hmm.
Unless we break 25K, I probably would not be that interested, at least here. I'm trying to shorten the hole.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't know.
I missed that second short, the one you got, Leo.
Yeah.
Up there, because it was like the first 9 EMA retest. I was friggin' getting coffee. Came back to desk. I was like, oh, they fucking hit it.
Well, they made me take it twice. They stopped me on the first time. And
The first short I had to take twice, the one in the
Yeah.
morning.
Yeah.
I ended up getting short the 170s all the way down. But
Okay, right.
I took the 160s first, and they took me out when they poked 180. So I had to get back in.
Well, yeah. So that's the short I was talking about that I didn't take. I was like, that was a classic volume profile trade right there.
Like
top
a retest, top of the node, yeah.
Top of the node. It's just like, somebody said we're out here trading on gut and vibes. And
My gut's decent. My gut health is not too bad.
Yeah, it is. It is good gut health, but we also have a strategy.
Yeah, I am up plenty today, so I'm the market's gonna have to give me something really easy, like 9 EMA shorts. I don't want to give back this nice even number. I think not just 9 EMA shorts. That's what I'm doing.
Oh,
I'm just waiting for this to break so I can take profit.
yeah. ES is doing like some little alley oop. It's like going a little bit higher so that everything can go lower when it does.
Alley oop.
Yeah, it's like a
Alley oop.
bit higher to then when they really push it lower, it can just go all the way.
I'm pretty surprised that VWAP's still holding like this.
Right?
I thought it'd be dead. Just the second attempt on it is just gonna slice through, but that's why it's the greatest, right?
The greatest.
The greatest.
If Tiger Woods was a VWAP, it would be this one.
The second greatest is the 9 EMA 5 minute. So good. That thing paid instant like 70 points.
Man, they really don't want to let NQ go, do they?
They really don't.
Someone down there really likes it here, and they want to keep it here. We just have to
I
hope.
got a great joke for you guys. Do you want to hear it?
Go on.
What's the difference between a golf ball and a Range Rover?
I don't know, Leo. What is it?
Tiger Woods can drive a golf ball 300 yards without hitting a tree.
I knew it.
That's mean.
Too soon. It's Masters Week. It's too soon.
It's
Yeah.
always too soon because it's going to happen again. And then it's going to be too soon again.
Yeah, the people that sell that guy alcohol, they need arresting.
I mean, I don't know, man. It's just 2 times.
I think it's more than 2 times, no?
Well, for sure, but I mean, caught
Yeah.
twice.
Oh yeah.
How much do you hate VWAP right now, Leo?
I think
I don't really hate it because, like, look at all this volume. We're just building volume down here. Like, I think it's just a matter of time before it flushes.
Flushes and maybe like 700 points. Dude, I cannot believe.
I
can't
they're
believe
just gonna
yesterday
flush.
was-
We got one 800-point candle up. We're gonna get one 700-point
Yep.
candle down.
Come on, like balance in all things. I feel bad for anyone that traded Globex yesterday. I'm guessing they just would try to short this or something.
Oh, I'm sure they all longed it. No, come on.
I mean, I saw
That's
enough
true.
people trying to step in front of the we're so back move right off the Globex Open. Like some people were trying to shorten like the 800s. Which just seemed idiotic to me at the time.
Go on.
And the ones that got long before, they
Everybody
like, that
apparently
part of the
was
strategy.
long. Everyone yesterday, XY got long the week open with you and
Let's
I missing
go.
it, but talking about it. And everyone was positioned correctly, held it into maintenance, had the margin, apparently, like all these accounts. I don't believe that for a second.
I might be the only one that got long yesterday and just said, yeah, I don't know. Just worked.
Mm-hmm.
Not sure what to tell you. It just worked. Everyone else is like, that's the strategy. It's my strategy. I knew it. It was the trade.
I also think everyone was not calling me an idiot, but was like, why are you looking for longs down here? We were trending down yesterday afternoon. So, oh well.
What
This
is
is
this
the Trump
fucking
market,
rally
baby.
here? What are we doing? Supposed to
Yeah,
go
this-
lower and keep going lower. What is this?
If this stops going lower, I think this is going to be like a 250 point range day, if even that. It's going to be painful.
Push it lower.
Definitely want to see some downside.
I think that's
extension.
definitely one of my favorite clips.
Looks like the 83s to 89 is the over under here. All that volume.
And NQ looks disgusting right here.
ES is doing the opposite here.
Yeah.
It left that node down there and it's actually holding the one
It's holding
above it.
point of control. And that
Pretty
whatever
unknowable.
guy at 14 with the 1,000+ lots that were sitting there.
This NQ low is so heavy too. It's
Yeah.
really heavy down here.
Nice little air
It would
pocket
be
there,
a
though.
very ugly low on a volume structure standpoint.
I mean,
There you go. There
Hey
you go.
yo! Oh,
oh my
Let's go.
goodness. I love it here.
All right, I'm gonna
I
take
love
one.
it here.
Wait,
But
what?
if we lose this low, I mean, NQ's got a solid 100 and
Yeah, no,
200
we're
plus
talking-
point air pocket to the next support.
What the?
What is happening? That was ES just left the low there.
My chart locked for a minute. My
Yeah,
Dom
ES
didn't though. Just so you know,
Looks
The
like
free Dom,
the free Dom did not lock. It was free flowing.
all the paid. Never mind.
When are you putting paid ads on it? Or when are you putting ads on it?
At the bottom.
Can't get out of your trade until you finish watching this ad.
Yeah, there'll be a little thing that's like,
How come I can't get out of this short? Well, watch this 30-second ad first. And you get one execution coin.
It just locks the market in, market out buttons.
We'll get like a, let's see, we'll get a an affiliate deal with Snake River Farms.
There we go.
And we'll be like, you must watch this ad for Snake River Farms. And then we can tell them 200,000 people watched an ad about briskets. So
I feel like
send us some free meat.
Snake River, as well as Viore, as well as Bucky's at this point, at least owes us like
free
a $10 gift card at this point.
Yeah,
I'll
at
take
least.
$10.
I guarantee Leo and I have led to at least a few orders from Snake River Farms.
At least $5.
At least one steak worth of goodwill. So if anyone from Snake River is out there watching today, help a couple dads trying to feed their family with good quality steaks.
Yeah.
Always watch.
You get into this trade after a short ad.
Someone asked, why does price reject 9 EMA? I have no idea. It's just a moving average, and the market does that. And
we don't have FOMC today. We have FOMC minutes, which is the notes from FOMC,
which has literally led to like no reaction. I feel like the last few.
Yeah, the last
I'm in a short, and I'm gonna try to see if I can trail this for 400 points. Just one lot.
Only?
Let's see. I don't like the fill too much, but here we are.
Greg, more headlines from Iran's Navy.
Ship owners must obtain permission to pass through its waters.
Cool. Nice short.
Or their vessels will be destroyed.
So definitely seems like not an escalation in the ceasefire whatsoever.
So we're angry again?
So the situation is continuing to be monitored, and it seems like it's escalating, not de-escalating.
Great.
Does that mean it's open? Is that? Can you really say that's open?
That actually is probably the right question. So if they're saying that, I guess it is open.
No, but is it open?
But it needs permission. But you need permission to pass. So is that the same thing?
I don't think that's open.
I wouldn't call that an open.
You can come into my house, but you need a key.
Yeah, well, you have to identify yourself. If you don't identify yourself, you get shot.
But that's not what it says. It says you have to get permission. So you not only have to identify yourself, you have to get the stamp of approval to pass.
I mean, you definitely have to fucking have permission to come to my house.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean your house is open, right?
It depends on what state you live in, apparently.
It's always been like that. That's why they control it. Do we know that, though? I don't know.
Yeah, if he's zooming out on this on like the 1 hour, that's a hell of an air pocket of volume there.
Bum, 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 bum.
I don't know if they're gonna sell this thing. I'm about to take a stop right now.
ES is still sitting there outside of the few tape
ES
bombs.
is doing the opposite here. They're holding like they want to do a full reversal. But we got one lot on 10-point stop for 700 points. Reasonable?
Nick, are you smoking?
What?
Someone asked if you were smoking.
Cigarettes?
No, this is Nick for a tick.
Or meats.
You're looking at the wrong guy.
It says, Nick, are you smoking?
I smoke meats, not cigarettes.
Yeah, I'm definitely gonna get stopped out here.
Going back up. We see that. yeah, we see it going back up. That's a very observant observation.
What goes down must go up, and what goes up must go down.
If Rakesh is in the chat today, we gotta stop.
Oh,
shorting.
Rakesh is definitely long from the week open yesterday. Held
Yeah,
through
he's here. We
maintenance,
had to
everything.
stop shorting. He is the ultimate long signal.
You smoke what?
Boss.
Hold on. Time out.
That was close. Maybe I'll add another one if they can kick this off. $100 lots, 89.5.
Not anymore.
Yeah, they filled them. That's actually 2 instances of a fill there.
Yeah. I like this to go down now.
If we just keep
Please?
saying now, we'll be right eventually.
Oh my gosh. Don't have kids. They get you sick all the time.
Especially on the first day of school. Come back, it's like it's just a petri dish environment.
Yeah.
And then they bring it home.
I'm trying to short too. Could be a bad idea.
Feels so weird seeing XY screen so zoomed out. Man, look at all this selling down here on the... It's just a mountain of red.
Sorry. I don't have time to hit the mute button. Now everybody is getting short, gonna pump.
Well, that's
Well,
nice.
you sound fun at parties.
Yeah.
Dude, they're buying this thing right now. Yeah.
Yep, I'm
they
gonna
are
get stopped out,
buying
those
this
jerks.
thing, dude.
Still surviving. At least momentarily.
Could that have been the blip?
Just a hint of illiquidity on the order book today.
All right.
Doo-doo.
Delta is still pretty neutral for NQ here. Both, actually.
But after we get off here today, I'm going to be giving everybody their the monthly Costco recession report. We will check on
the real data.
the real data. We will see
The
if
real
these are
data
still
coming to you live.
$1.50, and we will see the fact that despite crude being down 18% today, gas prices are probably the exact same as they were yesterday, at least for the moment. Oh, now it stopped me out. Now it's going to try to roll.
Is it?
I think he's going to try and do anything from here.
Is
It's just
it?
stuck.
All right, I'm in 2 lots. This better be it.
Yeah, it's going to do it now. XY got in off my stop, and here we go.
I added on that. Yeah, when I was like, Nick stopped out, it's time to add. So I'm sitting on 2.
Mortgage the house.
It's time.
I thought it was time when somebody said that it was going to pump because we were going to short.
Well, that was when it was time to get more shorts for sure, too.
Yeah.
trying to get a new low a day. See if we can
Damn,
get
they
that.
really did that to me.
All right, I'm
I
gonna
mean,
cover
Nick,
one.
They've done it to me quite a few times on stream.
Yeah.
The thing is that Citadel watches the streams. I've verified this, and now we have to be aware of it.
Got it. Got it. That tracks.
Fucking CL just flying, by the way. So the fact that NQ isn't dumping is alarming.
Kane is continuing to monitor the CL situation.
Boots on the ground.
Iran is thinking about attacking Israel due to its breaking of a temporary ceasefire in Lebanon, according to an unnamed official from Iran Fars news agency.
Good times.
Citadel watching the
ES
stream.
is still holding that low node. I think my runner's not gonna make it here.
Guys, I was quite literally just reading what Craig wrote. I would like no credit. I'm sorry.
Thank you, Kane, for monitoring the situation.
The
Thank you,
best
Craig.
monitor.
Thank you, Craig, for feeding me the information.
The best situation monitorer.
Yeah, I did see Tracy said like called less than 48 hours for the ceasefire. Apparently less than 12 might be the number. That's crazy.
Do I put another one back on?
Daddy Stock says we're going up.
I have no idea who it is, but I hope they are wrong. I hope so. ES looks like it wants to go up.
He's been wrong all morning, XY. So
Well, that means he's due.
maybe he's due to be right.
He's due for a dub. We might be
He's
on the
due
wrong
to be
side of this.
right.
We might be on the wrong side of this. They got like 2 points away from taking my runner out. So
I don't know. I kind of
I'm
dig this.
feeling lucky.
I kind of dig
feeling
what we're
lucky.
doing here. Who's mommy stocks? Oh, so that would be daddy stocks. Okay. Hey guys, can you explain adding to a position like I'm 5? Yeah. So if you're in a trade and you're short and you add another short, that's adding to your position.
5-year-olds aren't in trades, Leo. What he means is if you're a 5-year-old eating dinner and you're like, oh, I'm a little bit more hungry, your mum puts more food on your plate.
There you go.
Yeah.
Check my mouth. Oh, that's not a very kind way to speak.
Everybody play nice.
Nice we play.
Is there a edge alert?
Yes.
Yes, trying to make a run for it.
Crude oil.
Crude oil.
bouncing.
Rude. As well as indices trying to make a run for it.
Daddy stocks. What time frame are you talking about? You're talking about 30-second candles. I mean, what's going on here? We went up 10
tick.
points, and you said you were right. I mean, good job.
Back
We
in
also
the
went
range.
down 10 ticks after you said it, so you can't be right and wrong and right at the same time.
Yes, he can.
Sure you can.
Yeah, sure, yeah. Well, who am I to argue?
Who are you to argue with Daddy
Look, he was
Stocks?
wrong now. He's wrong now.
No, he said down. He did say down. Did you? I
Can
saw
we
that.
all just
last
like
message,
hit the
the
bid?
last
Just
message Daddy
everyone
Stocks said
sell
was
short.
down.
Everyone sell short. Please.
Oh, would you look at this?
Look at that.
Yeah, also, what chart is he on about? Is he on about NQ, ES, oil, gold, VIX, Bitcoin, the Bitcoin?
All of them.
All of them.
All of them.
Good morning, Shab.
New low. Whoever's the best market caller in chat, please tell me that we're making a new low.
Rakesh? Paging
Oh,
Rakesh.
Rakesh would say new high.
Rakesh would say all-time high in like 3 minutes.
I hope he's not in the chat today, because if he is, shorts are in trouble. big trouble. ES is putting in so much negative delta here, and
Short's getting
NQ is
cooked
just
today.
hugely positive.
What? Shorts getting cooked today. I read in the chat just now. In where? Where are the shorts getting cooked?
Down here,
Oh,
down at the lows.
oh yeah, but this is like shorting the low with a very tight stop to be wrong very quickly is kind of normal, boys and girls. No worries, shorting the low, stop at the high, target COVID lows.
Is the chop good for longs or shorts?
Yes.
Neither. Yes.
I would say it's
good for shorts.
What I would say is
building.
that look at the volume profile. Where's the interest? Is it lower or higher? After a bearish open, we're building volume at the lows. So for me, it's good for shorts. We are continuing to auction lower and lower and lower with volume.
Yeah, it
All
seems
right,
like
I'm
it's
gonna
just like
cover one of
like a
these.
passive bid, just continuing to hold us up here. But if that person steps away, goodbye.
All right, guys.
Kaboom!
I got one covered, and I'm moving the next one down 400 points.
He's going for the ultimate
Jugular. I think there's like a tiny volume node here. We'll
XYZ is going for the ultra rare kill.
going for the fatality here.
Finish him.
I mean, I've scalped this short like a million times. It feels like it's gotta happen sometime, right?
Mm-hmm. One of these trades that will work.
Stat padding the P&L today at this point.
I think the kind of the rule that I use for adding to a position is mentally I try to think about it as a independent trade. Would I take the trade as its own trade? Now, granted, you get a bit of a buffer, right? If you're adding to a trade, your new average entry doesn't become the new price that you added to, but it does become lower or higher. And so I think about this as like, if I would add to the short, where would I add to it? I would have added like where XYZ was getting short at the top of the B range here at a 66. But I don't feel great. I'm sick. I just don't feel like adding and getting aggressive into this trade. But normally I would be adding at the top of this area.
I think it is a different approach too. Like I'm just putting on 2 lots only, and I'm scalping out of one to try to hold a runner. So it's a whole different trade. It's a whole different plan. Yeah.
Right.
I'm just trying to get paid on that one, like a decent move. I mean, this one we caught a 25, 30 point move, and then try to see if the market just wants to collapse when it finally gets back down there. And the runner is a risk-free runner. If it works, yeah, sure, we'll make more money. And if it doesn't, whatever. I'm pretty good on the day. I can just stop trading at this point. But the market's gonna keep offering the same spot. It's just the same passive selling up here. And if they run it up with the buying and I see that the buying starts to fade, I'm just gonna sell it again and again and again. So they can't really poke a new low. Then they go back up. And if they go back up, they'll probably take the runner out. And then I'll see if I want to get back in the short. If I get back in the short, we'll scalp out as it goes back down. So it's just the same consolidation. I'm just taking it short at the top.
Yeah.
If they don't make a new low at some point, this thing's just gonna like rocket up, take my runner out, and I can finally probably just call it a day.
Go back to bed.
We can go back to bed and monitor the situation from the bed.
The situation monitoring laptop. Break it out.
No, the mobile version of Monitor the Situation is great. They really cooked on that.
Is there a mobile version?
Yeah, the website actually just has a really good mobile version of it.
Dude, it doesn't just blow up your phone with all that data it's loading.
Wait, there's
It's
a
like
mobile
super
version
interactive
of
too. It's a very
modern.
No, like
version.
you just go on monitorthesituation.com on your phone,
Now I'm gonna do it.
and it actually is pretty good on your phone.
Nick's
still.
gonna buy a second phone just for that.
I'm gonna literally just have my iPad on the desk to
It's
look at
iPod.
wow, look at this.
iPod.
ES is now going
Nick's gonna
for it.
have his screens with his charts, and then there's an iPad with
I mean,
with the
guys,
website on.
I feel like we're gonna need to monitor the situation at night for everybody live with Kane.
Yeah,
Boots on the ground. Kane's the closest.
I'm not going there. I'm sorry. I will sit in my comfortable bed monitoring the situation via my phone. Nothing more.
When you say points, no, when I say points, I mean points, not ticks. Yeah. Like 4 ticks. That's what I mean.
Yeah. If I ever move to Dubai, I'll monitor the situation then. I'll sit in my ivory
really?
tower with my telescope out.
Yes,
Here we go.
playing ball.
Oh, wow, we got a new low. Oh, did we? Yeah, we did. Just.
Yeah, barely.
Right at 10:30.
Slightly.
The IB look above and fail. Below, sorry.
No, not today, not today.
It's happening. It's happening.
Not today.
Maybe look up the Blue Jays manager and see what you're talking about. Blue Jays manager.
Sell that shit.
I don't think I resemble that too much.
Sell it.
All right, we're going way lower, and why? It's because I pulled up the 1 hour chart. We're not looking at lower time frame anymore.
Dump it.
We're looking at
Dumpy
high time
time.
frame only.
It's getting violent.
I gotta
Know that.
trail this at some point, right? Dude, look at I'm in the wick. I'm in the wick, guys.
That's all
I've
that
got
matters.
courtside seats.
If you get in the wick, you're good.
Yeah.
Wow, this is just annoying.
Yeah, they
What's
wouldn't.
the
They
other
wouldn't.
news.
I'm gonna
Somebody
60
who's
points out of
monitoring
my
the
hands.
situation, can you tell us what the situation is?
The situation is that Globex is the better trade, and they leave us to die during RTH.
Says
Staring at us.
Iran will punish Israel for attacks against Hezbollah in violation of ceasefire. I don't know. It doesn't sound like the ceasefire is going well.
Nope.
That's my opinion.
Kane, how
Yes, sir.
often does a 1 hour candle like this actually get back to its upside wick?
I don't know the
We're halfway
stats
through
on
it.
that.
30 minutes.
The 4 hour is set to go by my logic. The 4 hour is set to trade lower, right? So after taking the low, it took out 9 a.m. low, traded back to 10 a.m. open, couldn't hold above, and then failed lower. I would say like a large portion of the time this candle closes pretty bearish. But I don't know the stats on it. But like the semantics of how the candle was being formed right now, 10 a.m., 9 a.m., took out the low, failed to close anywhere above really 10 a.m. I would say.
Am I in that 10 a.m. trade right now?
Yeah, well, wait, what's your entry? Is it above? Is your entry above?
It's 085.
Oh yeah, you are. 2508 is the above that level. You're in the 10 a.m. like trade, like the continuation
Oh.
trade.
Today I'm Kane.
Yeah, because all I want to do is realistically, all I want to do every 4 hours is what's my bias for the candle, and I want to sell or buy below the opening print.
Right.
That's it. It's like, and I just use different things, like use previous lows and previous highs to figure that out. So like, in hindsight now, makes sense, right? Like I look at it, ES took out that 15-minute high around that 10 a.m. open, couldn't close above, reoffered, and then just sold off.
Okay.
So like then I backward engineer. It's like, how do I get in that reoffer? You know, like that's how I like kind of formed my model. And then it's the same way of 4-hour low, that small reoffer. How do I get in that reoffer most of the times? But yeah, it's a good trade. I couldn't have taken it today. It's shorting the low like that.
I was only able to do it because I'm just sitting on already a super padded P&L, and then it's
Yeah.
just 1 or 2 lots, and then the market's just blessing me with being able to get paid on one of the two each time, so it makes it more manageable. But if I weren't getting paid at all on the short, I probably wouldn't do it beyond like a second time, and my
Yeah.
stops were really tight on them, so it's a mixture of luck for sure.
No, I think it was good. I mean, I watched you take a stab at it a few times. You definitely worked for it. It wasn't lucky. My downward targets, I know someone asked in the chat, like higher time frame, 24,900, and then below that is 24,850s. So already,
850s.
yeah. Because like 850s, the way I look at the range is it basically measures from the candle at 633 last night to the high, and that's 50% of that range, because that dip balanced out the previous range before rallying higher. So I wouldn't measure from the 632 low. It would be the 633 low. So, and that's like my 50% range, because all I care about is that the market gives people the option to buy and sell at 50% of all prices. That's it really. But yeah, this doesn't look bullish even a little bit.
Yeah, it doesn't look really bullish right now.
Not a
Now,
single.
earlier NQ was the weaker one. Now ES is the one that's doing what we're hoping for.
It gave you that alley oop, and now it should just drag NQ by the scruff of its neck lower.
The lob and the jam.
Yeah. No, it was clean. It's like looking at the market now, it's clean, right?
Yeah.
But in the moment, I just
In the moment, I mean, they literally did that 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 5-minute bars. So they did that for 35 minutes before it finally coughed it up.
Yeah, and I think in hindsight, a lot of people don't think, oh, I would have sat in this for 35 minutes watching it go sideways off of a low.
Right.
Like, you know, everyone was like down, down, up, down, down, up, and it's like pretty bearish open, selling off. But yeah, naturally for me is I would have liked to sell like 50% higher. So I would have liked to sell some sort of like 25 160s ish. It probably was a little bit higher back then, but like something around like the 5-minute mid, I imagine. Because too many times I've go on.
I was gonna say this is just taking forever to roll over here. My goodness.
Yeah.
Dude, I know.
And this is the thing, is too many times I take a trade like this and it just fails to roll and I get frustrated with it, and then it kind of affects my trading. So I've learned the hard way to stay out of days like this. Tomorrow will be a much easier trade for someone like me.
Yeah, days like this are always hard for me, especially because like I was pretty bullish, and I know I've made the joke of like the low of the year 2026 call around 23K, but I was bullish as we were kind of doing that, and now that we've gotten this pretty nasty move back up off news, it's hard for me to continue to be super bullish and not look for trades to the downside unless we get some sort of break of this structure here, maybe back to 24.8.
Yeah, because the structure is still it's really whippy when it bounces, but it's still building downside. It's hard to wanna.
Yeah. The thing that actually upsets me is oil is up $3.50, right, off of its open.
Oh, recovered?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, well, like from its open at like at 9, it's up $3.50 off of basically the opening print, and NQ is not looking the same, like in any capacity. So for me right now, I'm like, does this mean people are willing to buy NQ and this is like showing some sort of relative absorption? I'm not talking about like actual absorption like you guys.
Yeah.
Like relative absorption, like they're willing to just passively like buy
they're
this up.
selling CL and then just buying risk on the indexes because they know that like CL is a short-term risk trade, and the indexes they're kind of going. I mean, there's going to be some sort of end to this thing, so why not just taco trade. The taco trade is to get long NQ and short CL.
Is that what it is?
I mean, sorry, long both.
Yeah. Yeah, long both, yeah, because then if oil just starts doing what it's doing now, you're making money and it's covering your NQ loss. Yeah, makes sense. Yeah, I don't know. Is CL relative to like NQ's price action? They don't look the same. And if we look at what happened overnight and like flip it in reverse,
I'm covering here at the IB low just because of that. There's a little bit of I don't know, lack of follow through. It's been happening all morning. I'm tired of holding this trade. It's 100 points.
NQ makes me
good
want
enough
to
for me.
cover this, but ES's order flow is so heavy.
yeah. It looks
So I'm
ES
like,
looks bad.
whatever. Let's just die with it. We'll die with it. ES is what's keeping me in this. But yeah,
I mean, you're getting an IB break here as well, right?
they'll have to extend it. I mean, we're still a 223 range on the day. If I think we do get a bigger range, I mean, it'd be kind of crazy if we extended the range on the upside. Not out of the realm of possibility, of course, but gotta stick to the plan. The runner is the runner. I think it would suck more to see a potential like breakdown, an actual breakdown, and not be in it because I covered it here for like 40 points versus just getting hit break even and then, hey, look, I gave it the room. The market just made the choice. It's fine. So I got to stay in it.
Yeah.
I'm just shocked
The
we're
what
still
hurts
holding.
less option.
The way I look at days like this, when you short the hole, it's like you're expecting a bearish continuation. If you just stay out of it and it melts 600 points back down, you're going to be like, well, fuck, I was right, but I didn't have the balls to do it. Well, like actually on things like this, more often than not, if I'm participating in the market, I'm willing to pay some money to be proven wrong. And if they're going to accept back up to the upside, I was going to lose money anyway. So like, it's like that participation trade.
I think what helps is that I'm in the wick too. For them to get me break even, they need to flip this entire 1 hour candle into a bullish reversal candle.
Yeah, and everyone the
I'll take
last
the
hour has been wrong. So
Yeah.
at that point, you can kind of establish that I'm okay getting out of it then, you know?
This is just obnoxious.
It's definitely a fight, though. They're not giving it
Yeah.
up easy, are they?
More fuel for the downside is all it is.
Yeah.
There's like, dude, they're buying. The delta's still positive. Like, it's kind of insane.
67.96 hold. What do you feel, Nick? I don't know who this passive buyer is that's continuing to kind of sit on these lows, but
I want to get to know him.
I
wanna
want
know
them
his name.
to leave.
We know it is.
Like, hey, wait, can someone let him know that he could actually buy for cheaper?
Yeah,
That's
like
a thing.
he could easily buy this like
Someone
70
let
points
this
lower
guy
on
know.
ES.
What he's trying to do is he's trying to sell it higher. He's just
Yeah.
trying to front run us.
Dude, the delta. This is what killing shorts looks like in the beginning. This building positive delta.
Like an FU punch back to like 25, 100 wouldn't shock me.
this
The
delta-
RCHV one.
Yeah, I agree with you, Nick. Yeah.
It is building.
Get
awesome.
everyone bullish, give a reoffer, stall it, and then just fucking kill it.
Yeah, like
Yeah.
you'd get a nice little push, like maybe towards the opening range low, and then it just dies again.
Yeah.
And then we roll over.
Then everyone's like, oh my gosh, can't believe it. They ran me out. Like, you can just see it now. Of course, on Twitter, everyone would have caught it, but that's neither here nor there.
Everyone was patient, waited through all of this consolidation, did not cap stops anywhere near.
I don't think
that
anyone
area.
on Twitter is short. They're long from the close yesterday.
Yeah,
RTH close.
Yeah.
everyone seemed to be short. Apparently, crude at like 115s too.
Oh, really? 115? I was short like 117. What's the high? Wait, what was the high? 117s, yeah.
Yeah,
I
Yes.
wanted to short it. I was talking to my friend
Pico
Baron.
top.
I was talking to my good friend Baron, and he said, "You should probably short this right now. My dad's about to say something."
My dad's about to say something. I'm not sure what, but it might be bad.
Trust me, bro. Just get short.
It's kind of crazy though. They accepted above hundreds for so long, like 3 days, and then they just instantly bring it back.
Which time frame EMA? Toxic guy, only 5 minute. The 5 minute non-EMA is the only non-EMA I know. And
Okay, guys, I got information. Passage of oil tankers via the Hormuz Strait has been stopped. My source is Craig.
I was going to say, did you? I just love that
Passage
we're
of
back.
oil tankers via Hormuz Strait has been stopped. Okay, that didn't last long at all.
No.
Oh man, I hate being sick. I just feel like ass.
I'm
I
sorry,
also
brother.
love that like the bottom edge of this overnight gap or the gap up from yesterday is like 420 guy.
Yeah.
So if we do end up closing it at some point, we're back to 420 guy.
Mm-hmm.
There you go. If they punch it now, I think it's game over, right? Like,
Yeah, probably.
Lights out. This is the time window to do
Also,
it.
if they punch up, it might be game over.
No, I don't think so. I think if they punch up, it's an invitation to re-offer.
Fake news?
Fake news. Yeah, if they punch up.
I mean, crude's still kind of creeping up probably on all these headlines, but equities just don't care.
Passive selling is definitely stepping down because they're buying. I mean, the guy just bought 160 up here at 34 half, which is like the low. So they're willing to step down, which is good. Kane, what'd you say your first cover would be?
Oh, the 7 o'clock low. So like 24, 913.
913. Oh. Why do I have a zone here? What is this? Ah. All right, 15 minutes for this hour bar to close. And if it can close real strong like this.
What is building delta?
Naughty fish trades. I'm planning on that.
Does someone answer what is building delta? XY, you say it a lot.
So you have buyers and sellers. You have a spread. If a buyer buys against the offer, which is crossing the spread to hit the ask, that's going to be positive delta. So what was happening was there's passive buying, and there was also buying that's hitting the offer. They're aggressively, like someone just wanted everything that they were willing to sell down there. And it's just more buying, but they're not able to push price up, which could be really bad. It can lead to liquidation like this. But a lot of times too, when you see delta just climbing and they're constantly buying it and they can't push the market lower and they're still willing to buy, that can lead to something really nasty too, like on the upside. So that was kind of like, hey, I don't know what's going to happen. All I know is there's so much buying here right now, and they're either going to get destroyed and liquidated, or the market's going to get a really strong move up. That's all it is. But knowing that, seeing that, it pinpoints the spot for you. Like, this is the location. This is the over-under. If price falls under, you want to offer, that's where you're going to look for it. If it goes above, that's your reference of the recent really strong buyers for you to get in line with on a retest, stuff like that. It gives you that frame of reference. It gives you that information for you to, do what you want in the market. Hope that makes sense. I don't know who asked.
It was a bit fast, but I think it made sense.
I'm covering.
Good trade, man.
I chickened out 500. They traded 500 and
like 25K
to the tick.
For the tick,
85 points. Yeah, thank you.
And apparently now you hit 25K and then we're so back again.
So back. I'll sell it again.
Yeah, but also ES is back inside of that like range already. It's already recovered the low. Like NQ's still below its previous like 1030 low.
I just love that NQ is back in the range from hell for all of March.
Oh man, March Madness.
Yeah. When is the championship game? Did it already happen?
College basketball?
Yeah.
It was Monday. Michigan won.
Nice. You can tell I'm a huge basketball fan, guys.
College basketball enjoyer.
My brother did go to Michigan State.
I think it's so nuts how big college sports are there. I mean, I love it, right? I think it's just when I really wrap my head around how big it is, I'm like, fuck, it's massive.
Mm.
It's really college football and basketball. Probably that's about it.
Yeah. Yeah, but I mean, like, college football, it's like
Yes.
some teams are bigger than some NFL teams, no?
Correct.
Yeah, like they have bigger followings, which is just nuts to me. Wait, someone's called Nick for a cig in the
Yes.
chat.
Yeah.
What the?
That's Nick's number one alt account.
That's Nick's Claude. He gave him.
Yeah.
That's actually
He
Claude.
gave him a YouTube channel.
Yeah, it's actually Claude.
It's it definitely is Claude, because Claude just like working 24/7, just smoking cigs to stay awake.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That guy, Claude has like the world's largest Adderall subscription just via IV.
I'm Nick's Clawbot.
There's gonna be so many burners now.
Yeah.
Is it Stowe? I don't think Stowe would. Nick for a cheat.
No, Stowe didn't get
it. Yes. Nick for a
And
cheat.
we found Leo's alt.
Yeah, he's not trying to hide that one. There's no point of an alt there. You mean free brand.
Also own Leo the Smoker. Nice. Oh, brother.
I'm going for another scalp short here. Oh, jeez.
It's just those wicks. Noxious.
Where can we get to? Can we get to 97, maybe?
Like, this is awful.
This is going to be a slow grind to 790s.
It's going to be a slow grind, yeah. I'm hoping that if they can cover this runner or this little scalp here, 97, I'll call it a day. I'm happy with that. Abusing the shorts.
I mean, it's a great trade though, bro.
Thank you.
Leo,
It's a great trade because it's yours.
I know,
Learned it from Kane.
I actually couldn't find a way to get into that, to be honest. Like the entry there, like I don't have an entry mechanism for that, to be honest. Like there's the reoffer on ES didn't come up high enough. So, but yeah. But Leo was early. Leo was early on it today.
They better fill this limit order because they went one tick from me, from my TP. That was messed up.
Oh, good morning, Joel.
D Joel. Oh, it's Kitten.
Come on. There you go. All right. Well, seems we've made plenty of money.
Yeah, good shit. Slow down. I expected some sort of like evaporation.
Thanks, chat. I had Kane to hold my hand through the short, you know.
Oh, I take zero fucking credit for that. Jesus.
I was like, Kane, tell me this is your trade. All right, now tell me more about how it's gonna work. I didn't make it. La Ferrari, thank you. I appreciate that. I don't have a Discord.
What
Daddy
car?
stocks. Sorry.
If you DM Leo on Twitter, he'll give you XY's Discord.
If you send Leo 3 individual foot pictures, he might give you the sauce.
He might not though. Big risk. Take your risk to reward there.
No risk, no Rari.
700
Exactly.
guy was just there on NQ.
There is no Discord that exists that I could invite you to. Did you hear how I worded that?
There is no Discord that exists that I could invite you to. Yeah.
Yes.
That suggests it exists. He's just not getting an invite.
Yep.
Sad times for him.
Wait, what did I miss? You started a Discord?
Nick, you should just keep talking to Claude.
I'm trying to
He's
find
trying
an
right
entry
now.
here.
Claude's hitting some rate limits.
It's harder to abuse Claude during the working hours.
Oh, the weekend is the best actually.
Yeah, it is.
2
So
extra
fast.
usage. Bang.
We need more tokens, Nick.
I don't have to worry about that because I just route things to local models.
Yeah, when we
Use
run
my
out
own
of tokens.
compute, bro.
What happens when your own computer is out?
Then I just buy another computer.
Exactly.
You got
We
that
just
kind
buy
of
more
money, huh?
memory. Yeah.
Just gonna buy another computer.
Some days. Some days I'm ready to sell the full stack. We're back. We're homeless. Claude is homeless. I'm back to just a mobile app of ChatGPT.
She's cooking to the downside here.
They fucking moving, yeah. My screen just
they're
started
finally
moving.
Couldn't they have done this earlier?
Right?
Right?
I think
My 400-point runner dreams.
I actually think I got stopped out by like a couple ticks.
Leo, are you still in?
No, I'm out.
Oh, damn. GG's, boys.
Thanks.
I
Man,
think
it's
it's
just a sea
happening
of red,
because
isn't
we're
it?
all out.
It's just a sea of red.
I remember the chat was saying that we were going to pump so hard because we were all getting short.
Yep.
That was a solid 120 points ago.
Look, I can't lie.
More than that. Ooh.
I listened to the chat the other day and we won. So I'm not throwing any shade on the chat for a while.
I just like to banter with the fellas and the ladies in the chat. It's fun.
Yeah.
They've done it. These bastards. They've done it.
On my time and sales, no, I'm not filtering by order size. I just have it highlight the crossing the spread stuff.
I used to have, for a long time, I had my NQ tape filtered for 2, and the market got real slow, and I switched it back to 1, and now I like 1 again, or I like no filter again.
Mm-hmm. You like it raw.
It's more vibey, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
That's why I likes it raw.
Pure, unadulterated.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, talk dirty to me.
Speaking of dirty,
What is the red
Stowe's
color
coming on.
box on my chart? Oh, it's right here.
Yes, he is.
It's very old. It's right here.
Stowe
It's this
is-
volume.
Stowe is here.
So this is where I would have looked for a reoffer, but when there's news like that, they're not going to care. So
Speaking of dirty, what the hell does that mean?
Hey man, I just had to make shit up. All right, I knew you were about to come on, and I was like, "Oh, let me cue Stowe to come on."
I'm gonna give that one to you because you're sick.
How you doing, buddy?
Oh, good. I'm well. How are you? Ian's monitoring the situation properly. Everything monitored.
Always
We are,
we are
it's
monitoring.
all being monitored.
Good.
now that all
good.
5 of us are on, we can all monitor it.
I've been staring at it all more. It's been great. Hasn't moved.
Yeah.
Situation is right where it was.
The situation is situationing.
I was excited to see that we all decided to short this piss missile today.
You?
fun.
Yeah.
Sell button?
Even the
I
old Stowe caught a
I
nice
can take
sell
no
today.
credit. I did not. I was the number one cheerleader today.
Really?
I didn't
Okay.
do anything.
I wanna
Kane
short
helped
it
me
right now,
not chicken out.
to be honest.
That's what he did.
Kane did narrate the trade that XY was in.
Yeah, I
so
was like, bro, I need some confirmation bias, please. Like, give me all of it. And he's
that
like, well, I got
counts.
you.
Moral support counts for sure.
World's best cheerleader. What can I say?
I did quit on mine in this nightmare consolidation that was happening. I was like, this is plenty.
So you quit while I was complaining.
Yeah, I quit before you got
While
back
I was
in.
just sitting here complaining about it.
Yeah, that was wild. I was like, miss me with this. This is either going to rip my face off and I'm going to get slipped to smithereens and find out the hard way what the notional value of this M&Q sizing was, or I can just go get another cup of coffee. So I did that. So did nothing ever happen, or is something possibly still happening again? Where are we at with the news?
Depends on your
Yes.
definition of nothing ever happening, because it seems like everything is happening exactly how nothing ever happens, if that makes any sense.
Perfect. Okay, yes. That does make sense. It does.
Yep.
That makes perfect sense to me.
So it's like everything is happening right now all at once, and it has resulted in nothing.
Yeah. Because we're at the end of the day, where did we
That's
go?
like
We
the low
settled
time
back
frame.
into exactly March's range. So the downside fear meant nothing.
Mm-hmm.
And now here we are where the ceasefire that moved us all the way up may not actually happen, because nothing ever does happen. And the market doesn't seem to care. So yeah, nothing ever happens.
Do you think those turkeys sold that collar down there, and now we're trapped to the upside?
Probably.
The caller? Is the caller still a thing?
Weren't they supposed to roll the collar? Didn't the collar roll all the
I
way
don't
down
know.
there?
All right, serious question. Serious question. Is this JPM caller put on like every year or something?
Quarter.
Is this
Every quarter.
Oh.
It's all Phantom of the Order Book white van stuff. You don't have to worry about it.
Yeah.
Oh, I don't worry about it. But it's
we'll
mostly
walk you
because
through the
I
jokes
can't
as they
understand
come.
it. I say that I don't care about stuff to sound like I can understand it, but the truth is it's because I can't understand it.
What it
That was
is
some inception right there.
is it's a product that they sell that you can buy and be like, hey, I'd like to check this box if you'd like to opt into the collar, and then they put you in a little strangle or whatever it is.
Ooh, that doesn't sound good.
It's a hedge, maybe. I don't know. Depends on how options work. I certainly don't
I mean,
know.
a strangle is essentially, yeah, like you're hedging. Both sides are hedged, right? That would be a strangle.
Yeah. But then
And then you turn the strangle into a collar.
right. So the white van thing is that every quarter JPM doesn't like all the dealer gamma that goes into hedging the amount of options that the JPM caller needs to roll in order to get their caller from this quarter to this next quarter does all kinds of wizardry. And since the market is a conspiracy and rigged,
Yes.
the dealers, the white van comes in and says, well, we can't lose money on this. So they artificially make price go wherever they want to go.
That
So
would be terrible.
that's the conspiracy.
So room 550 says the call has a notional value in options of 12 to 16 billion.
Billion.
I don't know about you. I'm a caller guy.
I love this conversation about options so much so that
Do you?
I am
I
going
like my
to
shirts with colors.
leave the room. We're leaving. It's time to go.
They're
I'm
tired
going to
of
join
caller
Leo.
talk.
Enough cheerleading from me. Congrats,
Bye, you
boys.
guys.
Nice trades.
Yes,
Chat.
thanks, Sarah.
Take care of yourself.
You guys.
Hi,
Ciao,
friends.
ciao.
Yeah, the short worked out through the power of friendship, as you guys saw. But back to the collars, I do prefer
God.
my shirts to have a collar. So I guess you could say I'm a big collar guy.
Big collar guy.
Big collar guy, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Name all the collars.
Thanks, Kane and Leo. They're not here anymore, but I'll say it. You're welcome.
Yeah, they are
on their
not here
behalf.
anymore. They have left. So
Hey, Drunk
I
Radish. What's up,
am
brother?
done with trading, Stowe. It's all up to you now.
Yeah, I don't know if I'm doing anything. All my boxes are checked right now. So, I mean, we could hit other than overnight high or low, but I have thrown that one out the window for the day, seeing as how big this range was. I will eat a hat if we break the low today. So I guess maybe the overnight high, but I don't want to buy this thing either. I don't know. I got a great trade on it. I kind of feel like unless another fat pitch shows up, I ain't doing anything.
Yeah, and there's been so much caller talk. I just have to have this ready to go.
Let me see this.
I made this meme like not years ago, but probably like 2 years ago at this point in trading. Just because that's how I feel when we hit that time of every quarter when we start hearing things about callers. And that's my reaction because I'm just out here trying to press buttons.
My go-to one is the Pulp Fiction me. That's the one I read.
Say caller again.
Say caller again. I dare you.
Nobody is looking at longs. Ask MBA. It's hard to because structure is pretty favored to the downside in terms of how it's building. But I mean, it's quite a bounce. But although it is quite a bounce, all it's done is get back to the 9 EMA. So
this is
it's hard.
This is yellow line. I call this. This is proprietary. Yellow line is a pretty big extreme. And we did just straight up covered right off of it. This little pattern of no pullback candles back to the IB. This is just not a single. This is just a pure bid city. So I don't want to long this, and I don't want to short it either because we've come pretty far, and it looks like we're just.
Well, you could say we've come pretty far, but the RTH range is still only 323 points.
That's not that far. Once again,
yeah. So
when nothing ever happens, when things do actually happen, they tend to only happen during the overnight.
I'm only looking for 250 today, anyway. So we're already well past my range expectation too.
What time frame do I use my 9? 5 minute only. Only the 5 minute. I don't know anything about anything else. Any other EMA. I have a 20 as well. So I have a 9 and a 20, both coming off of the 5 minute, and that's it. I only got 3 squiggly lines. Is those 2 and 24-hour VWAP? It's funny because I'm like, I only have 3 squiggly lines, but it's like, dang, you got 3 squiggly lines? What are you doing with all that?
I guess I have 2 squiggly lines.
Oh, you use RTH VWAP, right?
Yeah.
I tried it for like 2 weeks, like years ago, and I realized it's like the same spot where the 9 EMA is. So I'm like, oh, I'll just keep the 9. So we both use
pretty much
the same squiggly line, really.
Method Man JJ says if it rejects range below IB all day, that's a little.
I think
a little predictive. I don't know.
I think there's something to that because we bounced off the 50% extension, which is something I look for also. And what I have found is if we bounce off the 50 and the market cannot trade inside the IB again, it's likely, very likely to start extending back towards the 50 and further. But what do I know?
You're a big IB extension guy, huh?
I was name all the extensions. I was an IB guy before IB was the cool thing. This was 2022.
Did it become a cool thing?
It's the thing. Remember when the 15-minute ORB was like the thing? Every piece of content out there is how I make a gazillion dollars with this simple 15-minute candle. It's a 15-minute opening range. And I feel like now
don't tell him that. Don't tell him the candle's the same thing. That's the tea. Don't give him the tea.
Candle. Just say it's the range. Secret range that happens in the first 15 minutes. No, yeah, I'd be super popular right now.
I would like to throw some quick shade at the IB because I hate that thing.
Wow, geez.
Here is a good example right here of was this a failed IB or was this an IB confirmation? Failed, confirmed, failed, confirmed, failed, confirmed, failed, confirmed. So this is why I hate executing around that damn thing, is because it's a messy place. Yes,
it is hard to, yeah. The IB was my framework for at least 2 years when I was like scalping props. I would get to desk, we'll say like an hour after market opens. So the IB is already closed, and I'm using that to really frame the rest of the day, the action. So I'm very familiar with it, and I can tell you guys this: there's a lot of IB content out there, and I have a buddy who, because he started trading because of me. He learned a bunch of things around the IB. He did a lot of quanting around the IB. Time spent in it, outside of it, how long extended. He did a lot of quant work. And a lot of the stuff you see about the IB is actually not factual.
Surprise!
Lots of data behind that. So be
also,
very careful.
the only reason XY knows anything about the IB is he had to come up with an excuse as to why he could sleep longer. So he came up with the idea that, like, well, if I'm just a wait till the IB's done trader, I bought myself an extra hour of sleep. So don't let him.
Dude, you know
talk
what?
about
There's some
being an
truth
IB.
in that, because everyone was about the opening range at 30-minute for a long time. And I was like, I'm never up early enough to even take advantage of this. Like, I see it's clean. I wake up and I'm like, wow, that was so clean. That's clean. 30-minute opening range, clean again. And I'm like, can't take advantage of this. I'm not up. So then I started looking at the IB. I expanded to an hour. I was like, this I can use.
Now this I can sleep into. This is working for me.
This is for me. Yes, it's hard for whoever's asking about why not look for longs. It's hard to, because the market is not interested in really bidding anything through. You're going to find the bid. Yeah. The market, as it goes down, it has one job, is to find a bid. Eventually, it's going to find it. It's going to bounce. But when it comes time to push a market anywhere, where is it? I mean, anyone that has a 90 EMA on NQ right now, it's not even a squiggly line. It's a freaking straight. It's a trend line right now. I don't know the last time I've seen it like this. It is a trend line. There's no squiggles in it. It's straight down. And every time the market taps into it, doesn't trade beyond it. That is really weak. So even without any crazy analysis, if you just look at one line that's supposed to be squiggly and you find that it's a sloped trend line, that can give you a lot of information already.
Nick,
the first step would be for them to at least trade into it.
What indicator do I use? I mean, a lot of random ones. A lot of MGI, Delta, volume profile, a few other things, but I don't know which one you're referring to.
Cool J says, Stowe, when does you start IB? 15:30 or early? The initial balance is not up to interpretation. It's just the first hour of trading. Also, I'm not in the military, so I don't know what the hell 15:30 is. Is that 3:30? That's 3:30. I did know.
That would be.
So, but yeah, it's just the first hour, dude. So that's 10:30 for me because I'm in the proper time zone, but it depends on where you're at. I don't know. Maybe this is the mechanical pullback right there. What was that? Like a 50% pullback back to 980?
What ethnicity is your IB quant? Well, my Italian brother. He ain't Italian. He is the S tier quant ethnicity. Asian. So you know it's legit. Is it way? Can he speak English? No, he just speaks numbers.
That's how you know he's good.
No, he's good. It's quality.
Hey, thanks, Pat.
Man, this ES dude just keeps every time he throws this 850 lots somewhere, price just runs from it.
Dude,
Like, it
it's
wants
their time right
nothing to do
now.
with it.
It's high potential higher low time right here. It's
Yeah.
their time. They got to do it.
Oh, I can answer this one. XY, do you follow baseball? XY only follows baseball if the Dodgers win or lose.
I don't even do that anymore because they bumped the Panda Express price up $1.
See?
Woof.
So
Brutal.
forget
That
it. I need to
sucks.
take them off my ESPN app.
So what is that?
$7.
$7.
No, but it's like what? It's like a 15% increase.
We hang
Well, it
out
went from
so
5
much.
to 6. It went from 5 to 6. That's already 20%.
Wait. So now it's 6 to 7?
It went from last year was 6. I stomached it. You know, I was like, look, we'll play ball.
Like a 6, so
Me
like
in the middle, I won't kill the deal.
16.7% then.
And now
increase.
it's 7. And
So
but
if you
like
go,
could
we
just
got to go
buy it
back.
for like
We need to go
$11.
back. What was it since 2020? We need to measure
They
the
didn't do it
actual
until,
true inflation.
They didn't do it until 2 years ago at $5. So new. Not enough data for any back testing on this, really. But this is insane because it's $11 MSRP. Like if you hit the ask, you're paying $11. So now I'm like, look, I played ball at 6. All right. But at 7, what am I doing? I'm saving $4. What are we doing?
That's how I'm going to describe coupons going forward. The ask is actually at. So if you hit the ask, you're paying full price at this. Like that's how I'm just going to start going through life.
Yeah, like look, that's too much. They've gone too far. This is how empires fall.
I wonder what useful thing could be in my brain instead of me knowing the price of what happens if the Dodgers hit a home run in Los Angeles at Panda Express. Like, there could be anything there instead.
You wish there was other data sources in your mind forever. Because let's be serious, that is now logged in your brain as a core memory for the rest of your life.
Yeah.
Thanks to this show and XY. Like he won't be able to ever think of like the Dodgers winning without that thought just creeping up into the frontal cortex.
Yep. It's
like
there forever.
If they hit this home run, oh man, he's getting that $6 to $7. There's more on the line than the game right now. Yeah, well, Muckins, that's how you stay rich, okay? It's risk management. But yes, I am happy to report we made a lot of money in the morning short, and my 5 Lucid accounts are at 3,500 a piece right now.
Sick.
So that's a lot of money, and this isn't sim funded. These are withdrawable. So hey, look, we've had a day. We've had a day, and I ain't paying $7.
What are your guys' thoughts on the continued rise in AI and the potential effect of market with retail and institutional trading? I have no idea.
I have thoughts. If anybody's curious,
we'll go to Stowe's thoughts, but seeing seeing Anthropic's like report of their 20 or so partners using their new enterprise model that will never be released publicly, apparently, but seeing that it caught a ton of vulnerabilities in a lot of different technologies and stuff that's out there in the space is kind of a scary exponential growth side of the story. So who knows? It could get very, very weird as far as use cases for things like trading. But at that point, there's no market. Everyone has an algo in their pocket that's just printing money, or I don't know. Stowe?
I just default to the fact that it's a rigged game that you aren't supposed to win. So
Right.
if all of a sudden retail gets a bunch of AI to do something, it's not like that's going to do anything.
Right.
The only thing it's going to make is more YouTube thumbnails of
Oh, God.
check out this AI model that you too can build. Give Claude these prompts to get a 50% return on your investments while you sleep and enjoy your life.
We're still a ways away from some of this stuff. I will say that because I still have to explain things to Claude, despite how many memories he still decides to just put his feet up and be like, I'm going to be lazy here and just ignore programming that Nick has entrusted me with and documents and guides and scripts. So
it makes me sad sometimes when he forgets something big. I'm like, you don't know me at all, dude. We've talked forever.
it's still naturally sometimes will go to like the path of least resistance.
That's a good question. Okay, well, what size leases? These are 150Ks. But this is a good question. If I'm trading micros, do I still read the big indices, i.e. SDM for trading MES? Yes, I do. I am operating off of NQ and ES order flow, not the micro order flow. I don't know if you can actually overlay that, but I know what you can do if you are trading prop, which I'm assuming so. You can use the copier and have that like execute with micros instead, and then just assign your DOM if you have the free DOM to your demo, and it'll give you the actual NQ or ES order flow on it. But when you execute, your copier will throw you into micros.
What I do is I just overlay because I'm trading MNQ here.
Oh, you're trading. You're not clicking on the DOM, right? You're
I just use hotkeys
or hotkey on the chart. Yeah. So then you need to overlay on the chart. Is that even possible?
Yeah. So the best way to do it, it does make your volume candles look a little goofy sometimes. It's not too bad though. Like today's not bad. But like, for example, you'll see like a couple of your chart things get a little weird, like your arrows shift because what I do is you go up to the data series, which is this guy, boop. And what I do is I set the MNQ data series to line on close and transparent and a minute value. And then you just hide you just make everything invisible. So MNQ is on this chart in the background, but all of the stuff that you can see is NQ. And then in your chart trader over here, your instrument settings, you just select MNQ. So you'll be trading MNQ, but you're seeing NQ. Same with MES, or I guess whatever the hell you want it to be.
Yeah, I just click on DOM, so I don't have to big brain that into it. I just attach the live account. And if you don't have a live account, you don't want to trade it, just like throw the demo account on, right? It's the same thing. Just to get that order flow. As long as you have something that can show you that order flow, you'll be all right. So you can do what Stowe did and do the whole overlay stuff.
Look at this guy up here now.
Click on the DOM.
Seriously.
Make sure it's the bigs order flow. What's the difference? I don't know. I think there's more weight on what happens with the bigger contracts.
I mean, they're
I could
different
be
markets.
totally wrong. I mean, you guys know this.
You're not wrong.
I don't know much of anything. All I know is I'm profitable.
Well, I think you can. I mean, if you wanted to stare at MNQ forever, you could probably find something in there. But I think that this is what we've been looking at for 9,000 years. So
yeah,
this is why we got to look at this, because they are completely different markets. They are often the same. Like they're often very close to each other, but sometimes they're also not. So a lot of people don't know that, which I thought was weird.
Lido. Yeah, so that's what I do too. I'm still using Replicanto that I bought like years ago. I mean, might as well use it, right? But I never market. I never hit market. I like to do a little haggling, like give me this price or you can screw off. And when they screw off, I cry. But I don't let them see. I don't let them see me crying. But yes, I limit and then it populates the ATM. So if I like really wanted to lock myself out of the live account, I would just switch it to demo to still have that NQ order flow. And then the copier would just take it to micros. And I see a lot of questions in the chat. What size am I trading on the props? It's just, I mean, you guys are seeing it's 1 to 2 lots. I feel like that's already very aggressive when I'm doing so. I mean, you guys can see the stops. They're pretty tight.
I can't believe you're slumming it with 2 lots. What's it like to size down like this?
My original my original plan was to copy it over to micros. So I was like, maybe I'll do like one lot would be like 2 micros or 3. We'll keep it responsible.
Uh-huh.
If I'm in like 5, I got like 15 on, or 6, I got 18, 9, I got like a lot, right? But
Yeah.
I was like, we'll try. We'll do like one. We'll do one mini. We'll see how it goes. Scalp it, and then it was like, oh well. I was like, look, I got to add on another one at this point. It's looking real good. I can cap the risk, and so I do want it to. It's very aggressive, yes. But I mean, look, we made like 18 grand on that, on the live accounts today. That's not including my personal that I took the short in the morning off of. So sometimes you got, but you gotta get it more than you got though.
And you get that by getting good.
Yeah. Yeah.
So.
Ultimately, you just gotta get good.
Sucks to suck, get good, and stupid man makes money. Those are the 3 things that you need to remember.
Honestly, yes. I don't know much of anything. You guys know this. I somehow find my way into profits. You guys can too.
Yeah.
Capiche?
Yeah, look, Obama said it best. XY thinks 50% off for Panda is too expensive. He isn't marketing into anything.
True. That's very true.
Yeah, I don't even hit market on my Viore close. So, hey. Yes, please hit the likes for the stupid guy.
Yes. Our stupid men. So apparently all of us.
Whoa. All right. There's several questions I need to get to. My word. Stowe, do you feel like NQ gives better MGI than MNQ? Well, as far as market generated information is going to go, it's going to be pretty close to the same. If you're talking about like the open, the overnight high, overnight low. So I don't know if it's better, but that stuff's going to be close. The only time it really gets different, I mean, it's good to know that they're 2 different things because you should know that. But the only time it really gets, the spread gets different is when volatility ramps up, which is, now. So, but no, no MGI is better or worse than the other. There was another question. Damn it. Sorry, guys. You were saying something.
Maybe. No.
Were you? Oh, sorry. No? Somebody also asked, what are some common myths about the initial balance right now? And it's not like there's myths.
It's the first hour candle of RTH.
Yeah.
There's myths. Are we white vanning the initial balance now?
It's just a thing.
I can't do it, guys. I'm not going to white van the initial balance.
Do you think that institutions pay more attention to that initial balance, Nick? And if so, do they care more about the extensions or the midpoint?
I hate you so much.
Look, Nick, so at some point you're going to have to wake up, smell the coffee. The collar, the JPM collar is built around the IB.
It's actually the quarters IB is what you're saying.
Holy shit, you might be right.
It's time to look. Accept
guys,
facts.
This is too much alpha for the show. We can take this to the chat room that nobody can be invited to.
Ralph's asking the right questions though.
You know what's funny, dude? My super secret private Discord that you're in, Stowe?
Yes.
So when I had
whoa. There's someone's Bergen right here at 98s.
Oh yeah, Big Berg.
Little Berg coming in.
There was a lot of this dumb stuff.
Yes. Yeah, yes.
I was doing this at 8:15
for some reason. My eyes were like locked into the DOM for like 5 seconds there, and I saw it happening.
Big Berg. I mean, which way? I see 1100 on bid, but 800 on ask ish.
Honestly, I couldn't tell you because I was paying attention, but not like I don't know which side it was on. I'm assuming it was on the buy side.
Both sides have really extreme amounts of business being done.
There's just some shenanigans happening. It's Phantom of the Order Book time, clearly.
I'll pistol whip the next guy that says shenanigans.
That actually sounds a lot like Jim. Was that Jim?
No, he's still sleeping. He's still
Oh,
sleeping
all
upstairs.
right, cool. Word.
I got to keep it down before he yells
Hey,
at me.
Jim. What's up, homie?
Anyone on stream trade ES? Yeah, I think Stowe does pretty regularly.
It's me.
I'll throw on an ES trade. Honestly, probably once a week I'm in an ES trade.
I got some ES today.
I feel like I haven't done it on stream in a few months, honestly.
Yins
But
want to
like
see my
once a
ES
week,
trades? Here we go.
I will take an
ES was
trade.
the better short today.
Yeah, look how many times I took it. I was just sitting short this 16 spot for 9,000 years. And then we finally got down. We hit 6,800, and I was just so tired that I took my 10 points and I went home. I also bought this. I bought 815 at 943 and sold it for a quick scalp and got break even there. Yeah, so I did some ES business today. Couple clams.
Got 900 guy at 804. You got 400 guy at, or 300 guy at 92s.
So this is a next really big reference spot right here. Looks like NQ04s to what, 017.
Oh, Ralph's in here. Hey, buddy.
Huge passive bid willing to step. Oh, you can see it right here. Yeah, passive bid stepping up. If they can keep this higher low, what's that mean, guys? We trade 26K?
Higher.
More.
We still got to get to an overnight high, right? Where the hell's that?
We don't what? Where's we could get to overnight low. I mean,
It's way up there.
I was like, wait, where's
scrunch this
overnight low? I
chart.
was like, oh, wait a minute. Yeah, that's where it is.
Sorry, Ralph. Ralph's
I
always
mean,
short.
Ralph, this could be just fuel for the shorts, right? There's a lot of buying here. And if they can trade under it, they'll probably liquidate again. That's what happened earlier.
I also think the IB just came back around because that's what happens. I mean, Jinko jeans came back around too. It's like stuff comes back around.
Oh, it's like fashion cycles?
Yeah, I believe so. For sure. There's going to be, I mean, music does it too. I mean, people like pop punk, and then people like ska, and then people like whatever, you know?
Oh, yeah, punk rock did have like that was the resurgence, right? 2000s, early 2000s.
It was one of the resurgences.
Yeah, that was not when it was made. It was just a resurgence.
Yep. Time is a flat circle, guys. And every single YouTube thumbnail just comes back around every 10 years. So
shocked face. When are you going to make one?
I did. I made that cartoon of me with the money bag.
And it outperformed everything.
Yes, it did. So that's it from now on. I got a new YouTube video coming on Sunday. Guess what? It's me getting chased by a white van and money bags.
I'm waiting for the one of like animated cartoon Wall Street, like on fire, with you saying end of times or something.
Well, I use all I put those on my burner doomer, the death block.
The skull head.
Yep. I got a doomer burner. I make a ton of money selling a bearish newsletter on the side. So if anybody's wondering how I fund my, futures punting
Trading.
around, it's through a burner.
Every time the market goes down maybe 100 or 200 points, he just fires it off like clockwork. It's like, it's time to make money again.
Yep.
10 reasons why the market's going to zero.
I actually
8
don't
will
even have to
shock
write it
you.
anymore. The newsletter lives on one of Nick's Apple Minis on his desk, and Nick just presses a red button every time I need a bearish newsletter, and it just
boom
fires off.
Can I explain my shorts from earlier? Well, I wasn't at desk and ready yet in the morning because it's really early. But I would like to think I would have tried those shorts because it was resistance. I mean, market opens, if it's looking real strong on the sell side, I'm probably gonna find my way in. But I did get the reoffer, so the market did move lower and it built what was, I guess we'll say it was like kind of like a B shape ish. So we had this range, a lower half, and as they went into the upper edge of that distribution, it's a taper. It's really low interest on the bid side as the market moved in the morning. So the only question is, okay, well, if there's still no bid interest here, I think we're going to start that move down to retrace some of the overnight move. I got in and I got top tick stopped. I think it was like a 12-point stop or something. So that kind of sucks, but I had to get back in. So I did 170s, and that was the short all the way down. I wanted to get to VWAP, but when it broke this line, which is 100 even almost, it kind of slowed down. I got out by, I think, like 98s. I marketed out. And then after that, I was like, okay, this is a great trade. I mean, I got like 80 some points. After that, I was just, I switched over to the prop, and I was just like doing 1-2 lots on the personal for copy. And that's when you guys started to see my trades on stream. And I missed this. Leo got it on stream. I missed this first test 9 EMA short. Then when I got on stream with Nick, I just started shorting this right here. And the reason is because, well, same thing. Where's volume building? Where are they getting stuck? They were really trying to buy above this line right here. They kept coming in. They kept coming in. And clearly there is a passive seller willing to step all the way down here. If I think there's a good chance the market can retrace some more, I'm going to fill where the passive seller is, and I'm going to stop out if they get traded through, because it means they got filled. But as long as they don't get filled, there's potential. That's why I kept scalping the short over and over. And I got more short as the market went lower because, well, every time it comes back, gets closer to the 9 EMA, they just flatline. The buying literally will step off the gas. It's like, okay, well, if you're still not willing to push, we'll keep pushing downsides till we find a real buyer, because you ain't it. So that's just the shorts. It could be so simple. Just how much buying, how much selling, where are they? What's happening to that spot now? And you just go with the market. You follow the structure. So yeah, there was a time where someone was asking, why not look for longs? Something to that extent. And the answer was simple. Like, the structure is building lower. So that means the market's interest is still lower, which means it wouldn't really make sense to try to fade that. The market's telling you that information, like we're looking to move lower. There's just not enough interest to go back up here because, well, they're not willing to buy it right now. So when the market goes down, it's really just doing one thing. You can hear all the mumbo jumbo, the secret sauce, the secret robot algos, and the guy who made it all. But really, they're just looking for a buyer. And until the market finds that buying that's willing to push it back up, it's going to keep going lower, and vice versa on the upside. So,
yeah, it's a lot like a dating app, like they're just looking for somebody to love. And until they find that somebody, they're just grouchy.
Yeah, you keep swiping on the 10s, they won't swipe back. Like, you got to adjust. Like, we'll go for the 9s, we'll go for the 8s. You got to keep going lower until someone's going to be willing to swipe back. You might be in the 6s, the 5s, the 4s, but that's the market's job. It's to align you with those buyers, right? So we'll talk Tinder auction theory, right? You need to see fair value. If you're like a 5 and a 6, you're swiping at 10s. That's not fair value. You're not going to get any business done up there. It's going to be a big taper. You gotta find the POC, which is going to be 4s and the 5s.
Yeah, you can't just hang a stink bid up there at 10s hoping you're going to get filled, because you ain't. Sometimes you got to mark it in.
Someone might fat finger, sure. Like in the markets, an intern might fat finger, the big buy fills you, but not so lucky probably.
There's so many ways I could take this. I need to just keep my hands in my pocket right now and not do it. Not gonna do it.
I'm just an idiot.
They're trying to bait me.
Nick, you look like there's something you want to say.
Nope, I'm good. There's a number of jokes that this bit could continue to play into.
That was great.
1,000 lot guy here at 68 tens. This would be a spot. I mean, we could reoffer here, or everyone's about to have a very terrible time that got short and didn't cover.
I think it's possibly that.
Yeah,
I think it's that, because they really tried to sell it.
Yeah, KTV wants overnight high. That would be cool. And you got pretty close. ES was still quite a ways from overnight high. So, but it doesn't have to happen. And I'm not a quant, so I don't know how to say this without being anecdotal, but I assume the bigger the overnight range, the more difficult it is to snap one of those. So
My quantitative, my math specialist.
look at him.
Everyone's
See his
got to have
face?
one. Everyone's got to have one. You got to go get one.
I hope they clip that. I hope that becomes a bit. That's very good. XY. Holy
What?
Moses! I needed that. I
Tinder
really
market,
needed
Tinder
that
auction
laugh
theory.
today.
Tinder
Yes,
auction theory.
That's how
Wow.
you know I got my feet in the ground on this auction market
Yeah.
theory stuff.
Yeah,
I'll attach it anywhere. Like,
Good Lord. Oh, whoa. Is Jared doing another thing?
Oh
Yeah.
yeah, I was gonna plug that, but
close.
we went
and
into
guess who the guest is?
Tinder auction theory.
Who is it?
It's Salma.
It is
No
Salma.
way.
So
Yeah.
guys,
Oh, cool.
if you didn't hear or see the announcements today after trade the close, we are doing a special session with Jared Tendler. If you've missed retail therapy sessions in the past, Jared does a live. So what would you describe it as?
Well, he sits you down and he tells you why you suck so bad at trading, and then he fixes you completely by the end. No. When I did mine, it's pretty much just like a quick deep dive into what your trading style is, some things that you're struggling with, and then he's able to kind of reframe some of the roadblocks that you're commonly running into as like simple mental exercises or just a really helpful new way to think about things. And I'm personally of the belief that a lot of the trading psychology world is just platitudes and stuff that's repeated over and over again. But Jared's like the real deal.
Mhm.
And he gave me, I mean, I was lucky to get that time on the show with him, but he also gave me a lot of his personal time too. And it's helped me dramatically. I think I did that probably, what was that, over the summer? We did that?
I feel like it was it was probably around. It was early. Yeah, probably last year around the summer. That sounds about right.
But I mean, the mental game of trading is probably the stalwart of any mental. If I was going to give anybody one single trading psychology book, it would be that.
Mhm.
And just the way that he helps you think about like your A game, your B game, your C game. Yeah, all of it is extremely useful. So I'm stoked on that. I'm going to be watching.
Yeah, same
See
here.
what Salma's up to.
And we're actually giving away a couple copies of Jared's book. If you want to enter, there is a link pinned to the top of the chat where you can actually enter for that book. It actually is one of my favorite books, and I actually love it on audiobook. You actually get to hear Jared's voice.
Yes.
And if you, obviously, I know most of you have not met Jared in person, but Jared's a really awesome guy. And I know the three of us got to meet him and hang out with him in Florida last year.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
really fun dude. Amazing coach.
Yeah, if it matters to Yins at all, Jared rules in person, and we can all say that now for sure.
Kind of a freak athlete too.
Yes.
Yeah, is he like a top, like by, what do they call him? Handicaps? That
Yeah,
he's like a
like-
top 1% golfer.
Guy could probably, get in the running for like the low am this weekend at the Masters, and it would not shock me if his name was in that list.
Yeah, I have buddies who are also traders and they love golf. And I was like, dude, Jared's handicap is, what is it? Like
I think, he's
like a
it's
one.
something ridiculous.
Something like crazy, right?
For
He's
someone
like,
as
dude.
busy as he probably actually is every day.
Right. And one of my buddies like, dude, that's like actual pro. That's pro handicap. I was like, whoa.
Oh man, should I
Jared's
go
good
back?
at everything. That's what we've learned in Naples.
That's actually true.
He is actually legit and good at everything.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
It could be anything. He's gonna beat you at it.
Maybe I'll go back and watch my Jared Tendler appearance and see. I don't know. Maybe that's weird. I don't know if I'm mentally prepared for that. Maybe that would be cool. Maybe that's a cool exercise to go back and watch it and see if I learned anything. Maybe I did. I bet I did.
Well, yeah. Hey, Jude. Like, look, he's not Tiger Woods or anything, but he can probably drive better. Oh, too soon.
Ooh,
Never
I missed
too
it. Was
soon.
it was so fast. I didn't even
Never
catch it.
too
Wow.
soon.
XY, you're on fire today, dude. You win.
Yeah, when you're not trading, you can think of all the other bullshit. You're not locked in on the order flow and the DOM. You just start bullshitting.
That's true.
I'm still debating on trying to short this, but I feel like it's a bad idea at this point in the day.
You know where I'll short? It's not going to get there by the time I'm off the screen. But this 110 dude, did you guys see this turkey this morning?
Yeah, that was the guy that I was kind of like, are we going to get a punch up back to 110s area to stop everybody out in that consolidation before we get the leg lower?
Yeah.
No, we did not.
I would like to go talk to him again. And I imagine by the time that happens, this the +1 on RTH will have dragged itself down. That pivot will probably come down here too by the time if we crawl back up here. So I would look up here at 120 for another short, but I have a hard time believing I'm going to still be staring at a screen by the time that happens.
Yeah, that's fair. I am planning on
the scariest part is
running out some errands.
They tried to sell under the 020s and they failed it. That's the scary part.
Yeah.
They weren't
this all
failing,
looks like
selling earlier.
Very productive longs at the moment. The view ops are flattened out.
Yeah, that wick on the 5 minute on both ES and NQ look like a decent low of the day on a 5 minute structure for sure.
Yeah,
there's some decent excess there.
I mean, even on the 1 hour, that looks like a pretty decent low. Below even those first few after the FU candle to start Globex.
I wonder if they can get this. Maybe they'll just get this filled out. Maybe this will be the goal today. This is a decent. Yeah, I could see that. Who knows? I have no idea. I'm not going to touch any grass today because it's still 20 degrees outside, but I am going to buy a cat scratcher shaped like a mushroom. I saw it on sale at Marshall's, and I'm going to go get that. And a sandwich. That's my plan.
Ooh, shopping and a sandwich?
Yeah, man. Going to Jersey Mike's, and I'm adding bacon today, baby.
Ooh, are you doing Mike's way or no?
Of course. Well, I don't eat tomatoes on a sandwich. So other than that, yes.
Well, looks like you're having a day.
I am going to have a day. It's nice. I love Wednesday.
Still pushing. I know Wednesdays are great. Get to hang with the boys, and it just feels like just a good start.
Hang out.
Good middle part of my week. Oh, but Stowe, you missed it. We are going to be giving live breaking monitor the situationing news eventually. Okay. Like that's the new bit we're going to start. We're just going to go live at any given time
today
when things happen at night.
Very big.
So you're just going to get random FaceTimes for me. We're going to be live on YouTube somewhere. Okay. Kane's going to be FaceTiming us from bed.
Like halfway into a sandwich.
So you guys have to be on call at any point during the situation monitoring at night. Just FYI.
It's
more
big
come,
data drop today.
But things may happen eventually.
I'm in.
Look, nothing ever happens, but tonight something's happening.
I'm just giving the people in the chat what they want, which is just us monitoring the situation. Apparently,
that's why they stopped selling it lower.
No one needs CNN when you have us.
Market's going to balance while they wait for the data drop later. So,
the coolest thing about knowing that nothing ever happens is you can really make your family members feel better, because some of my fam was really worried about last night.
Oh,
and I was like, listen, dudes, there are 9 billion people that are short right now thinking that we're going to actually use a nuclear weapon. Let me just calm you down. You can go to sleep.
Imagine
nothing ever
Stowe,
happens.
do we have to start doomsday prepping? Everything's going crazy. They're going to bomb. Like, you know how I know no one's getting bombed? Because there are too many shorts down there.
Yeah,
Trust me.
I'm like, listen, we're at the bottom
market
of a
was
range.
too well hedged.
Have you heard of the caller? Oh, let me tell you about the caller. The caller is the reason it's not going to happen.
It's just was so fun. I think XY and I even said it. Jim asked us like what we thought, and I think we were just kind of in agreement that nothing ever happens, nothing ever will happen until something does happen, and that usually never happens.
Never.
It can only happen if enough people aren't thinking that it's going to happen, and there's never not enough people thinking that it's never going to. It's just like, I think the universe the simulation is balanced on this thread, and it can't ever leave the thread.
It's something like reverse entropy theory, where it's things just get more chaotic over time. It's like, no, it's actually the reverse of that in the simulation that we are in.
Look, there are two kinds of traders. There are the, oh my goodness, it's going to happen, but I'm just early, the ones that don't make money. And then there are the nothing ever happens traders who are making money the entire time, that the other traders are like, you wait and see. Hey, you just wait and see. Something's happening. And the ones making money are like, yeah, let me know when. Just let me know when.
It's probably also a product of just like screen time and being dead inside enough to just not care. I
feel like 2021 Nick would have been trying to short the lows.
Absolutely. Same. Yes.
2026 Nick is calling low of 2026.
2022 Nick would be making money shorting the lows.
2022 Nick was a different breed though. He still had a job. To fund some poor trading ideas that eventually may or may not have worked out.
Yeah,
I didn't even look at a chart last night. I would just continue down my Silicon Valley rewatch path, and it is awesome.
Dude, that show is so good, man.
Yep.
But I stopped watching when Ehrlich left the show. Do we know why? Like, is there a real reason? Like, was there like some drama and they cut the character? Like, does anyone know?
I don't know.
Yeah.
I think him being on the show was such a big part of it.
Yeah, it changed the dynamic for sure.
Yeah. Him and like Jin Yang. Oh man,
Jin Yang is maybe the GOAT.
But between Silicon Valley and Idiocracy, Mike Judge and Office Space, Mike Judge like is that guy that just is nail on the head. Was that the guy that made with real life?
The producer, writer?
Yeah. Yep.
He did all three of those: Idiocracy, Office Space, and Silicon Valley.
Oh.
Oh, he got canceled? Fair. That's fine. A lot of people were getting canceled back then. It makes sense. The Jin Yang's arc peaks.
Dude, it's so funny, dude.
When he realizes that Ehrlich can't kick him out of the house, and so he becomes this when he starts prank calling Ehrlich all the time.
Yeah, that's like the best bit. That and when he makes the not hot dog app is just great TV.
Oh man.
Oh, he got me too'd. Oh.
Let's see if this 6815 guy gets filled. Oh, no, he just pulled. What a jerk.
Not a single one of those turkeys have been filled on the way up. Not
one.
Who's a soul.
Around? What's happening?
Phantom of the Order Book, 1,000 lot guy there at 6815s just decided to go full Phantom and now move it up to 6819.
Yeah.
Oh, he's trying to walk it down, but not getting touched by the grenade.
No, he's walking it up. So every time they
bid.
Yeah, they're yeah. No, he's on the ask. So every time he keeps pulling up higher. So every time they get to him.
Oh, I see.
Every time they get to him,
playing tag.
He's heading up. So there he is.
Hey, Jim.
Yo, triple threat.
What up, Jim?
Man, oh man, good to see you guys.
Good to see you too.
Yes, sir. Good job today.
Thank you.
Anybody
None of us took a trade for an hour, did we? Did we trade?
Not the last hour. No, I got stopped out by 2 ticks from that catching that full flush with XY. So, oh well.
That's why it worked.
Yep. XY actually added that second lot after I got stopped.
When he got stopped, I added, like, this is it. This is the
And that whole time I was like, I need to get back in. It's still the right read. And then I just didn't.
It does seem like this market's just waiting for that next Truth Social F-bomb to be launched.
Yep.
No, they're waiting for Nick's data drop later.
That is true.
Oh, is that right?
I will continue to monitor the situation. Which is basically just the transitive property of me watching the stream with Craig and Tracy actually monitoring the situation.
Yeah.
If you can figure out how to call me in between like 6 and 8 so I can step outside a cheer camp for a moment, that would be ideal.
So monitoring the situation live from cheer camp.
That would be perfect.
I think I missed that part of the conversation. What's cheer camp?
Oh, cheer camp is it's a place filled with kindergarten through second graders who are being shown what cheerleading is for the first time by middle school girls, and and also they sell so on the way into cheer camp, there are tables lined with nerds and airheads that kids buy. So they buy nerds and airheads, they eat them, and then they're all in this gym losing their damn minds for 2 hours. It's mayhem.
Do they serve alcohol there for the adults at all?
No, it's a school gym, unfortunately.
And for that reason,
exist.
I'm out.
But yeah, it's pretty wild, man. It's intense.
Yeah. We did these day-long tournaments in wrestling, and you had to wait around forever for the next match. And there's always the one dad with the cooler in the back of his station wagon. Meet you guys outside.
Oh, the mobile bar.
Yeah. Oh my goodness. In any event, great job today, you guys. Let's give these guys a round of applause, please.
The big one.
You get the big one today. This afternoon, before you guys go, I do want to check the roster for this afternoon. We are 2 o'clock start this afternoon. Shai's going to do her afternoon wrap up. Trading the close, Tanya, Selma, and Jack. They're also a great threesome there. Can't wait for those three to trade the close. Then we have that special, as you guys mentioned, that special retail therapy session with Jared Tendler. He's done a few of these before. It is awesome. And we have a book giveaway too. Now, to get the book, we're giving away 3 of them. You got to be live to win. You got to be present to win, I guess they would say. So be sure you get there between 4 and 5. Well, actually at 4 when we start, and then we'll go ahead and do those drawings. There should be a link in the chat, everybody, if you want to sign up. It's a great book, 100% great book, I promise you.
Yep.
And it's even if it's good for anything. Trading is the main thing, of course. So.
Get that audiobook so you can listen to Jared read it. It really is awesome.
Yeah, for sure. And then his first therapy session is going to be with Selma, our very own Selma. And then after that, a customer named Elizabeth. So it's going to be super fun. Hopefully you guys can all make it. I am definitely going to be there as well. So having said all that, guys, I'm going to do a real quick edge report. Appreciate you as usual. Look forward to talking to you guys again.
All right. Thanks, brother.
Thanks,
Peace,
everybody.
Chat. Bye, buddies.
Oh, boy. All right. Let's just start with crude. I mean, this is, we're trading crude in every single market still, right? And we kind of had a little bit of pause. So here's that anchored volume profile. Look at those gray histogram bars. I know there's a lot of them creating the profile right now. And look where that point of control is. It's right. I'm going to try to eyeball it. A little bit over $95. And look at where that March 9th close was, 94.77. This is what was immediately simulated on that Monday, where price should be during this confusion period or this unknown period of unknown future, right? And so we're right back to it again, and we're sitting on it. Let's take a peek at intraday chart. And, it's a classic P-shaped distribution for sure, but the value area isn't that great. It's almost like a rectangle, really. It's not really round. We have the official point of control for the intraday session at $95.73. It's lining up right with that VWAP here, and you see that alignment often happen when the markets are sideways, and it can continue that way, who knows. But we're trying to kind of break down a little bit right now. We're right again. There's that May. It's not May. It's March. That's a typo. March 9th close, 94.77. And it just corresponds to the top of the IB high in the U.S. So a lot of areas of interest all colliding right now. We're trading below that. We're trading between. Right now, we're trading between IB high, that March 9th close, and then just almost the top of the London initial balance. That's kind of the range we're looking at right now after all the dust is settled. So again, waiting for some news to drop. This market probably is. So that was my Yoda impression. Sorry about that. But keep an eye. Stops are still important here, right? Micros are your friends. Let's shoot over to the E-mini S&P and take a peek. Once my data percolates here, my data's been a little slow these days because I have a whole bunch of other stuff on another screen you're not seeing. Capital P-shaped distribution here as opposed to a low B-shaped distribution we just saw. And point of control, we're right at it again. VWAP slightly south of that, but we're at 68.1425 on point of control. Again, we've crossed VWAP a couple different times, so this is what's interesting to me right now. We don't have a lot of gamma levels here because the range was so huge overnight that we kind of blew through them all. The closest one is that call resistance level at 6,800, and we're above it, right? And we're grinding higher above it right now. Couldn't get any distance below it. That's still kind of an important level, but we'll see if we get there again. In the meantime, we have one candle that's closed. This is a 10-minute candle now. I'm not doing 30 minutes right now. I'm doing a 10-minute candle that's closed above that session VWAP, and we have a second confirmation candle of brewing. So we'll see if that could pick up a little bit to the upside. Remember, Asian highs, down back here, 68.16 and a half, and it corresponds with a really nice kind of swing high that we kind of sold off again. So that's kind of an interesting level to me as well. London IB is pretty tight, so not that much to write home about there. We do have a PAX line at 68.32, and then right above the US IB high, initial balance high, we have that R3 level at 68.38. So not a lot of clear and concise areas of interest just yet. Volume profile is still a little weird. As a matter of fact, I got to extend this out. I just added the volume profile for the actual, I anchored it for the actual opening when the bell rang going forward, regular trading hours. And you can see the point of control jives, right? So we had an awful lot of volume right here at 68.14. Jive is a technical term, in case you were wondering. So we'll see where we go. So I'm going to be looking at that value area, though. The value area is a lot lower, 68.18. We're trying to break through that value area high right now. And then the value area low is all the way almost the same as the official session volume profile. So a double area of interest right there. That is this morning's Edge Report. Appreciate everybody being here with us at NinjaTrader Live. Thank you for the subscriptions. Thank you for the thumbs up for the last set of traders that are awesome as usual. Looking forward to this afternoon session. In GR10 at 4 o'clock. Fill that form out really quick if you want to try to get one of the books. I've read it. I downloaded it. It's well worth it. So appreciate everybody and have a great relaxing lunch, and we'll see you this afternoon.